to the Med bonus was not just the Mediterranean style, but also an optional conceptual review. Well, the Board of Architects thought this was a great idea. It's working really well with the proposed buildings. They're able to basically get into the design and review it better before it's already cooked, what they call it. It's already been thought out and really well designed. They're able to get into the design much earlier in the design phase. So this can be required for any Mediterranean design building to be required to go through a conceptual review by the Board of Architects. And then it's also requiring 12 prerequisites. Prerequisites do not give you any kind of bonus. It's just basically allowing you to enter into the bonus program. So it's additional set of regulations, and it includes great things like contextual analysis and proportions and building scale and things that architects should probably know by rule of thumb. But it's there for them to be able to do all that analysis and that studies before entry into the program, level 1, level 2 bonuses. And then a lot of the provisions that are in these levels are taken from the Mediterranean Village PAD architectural standards, which is basically what made the plaza. Not the scale of the plaza, not the height, not the massing, but the architectural design, the skinning of the plaza, as far as the materials, the proportions, the height, the glazing, all of those kinds of provisions are incorporated into what's before you today. And then also, probably very, very, very important, is expansion of the precedents list, the example buildings the architects can use to create their designs. So this is showing pages from the zoning code update where some of those criteria was copied and pasted from the Med bonus with the thought that we would eventually update the Med bonus standards of our code and relocating those into the underlying zoning districts. And this is also just showing in your proposed draft where we're going to be relocating those leftover standards that don't really deal with architecture, especially Mediterranean, and putting those into the more appropriate parts of our zoning code. And then these are illustrations from our Mediterranean Village PAD that shows proportions, that show repetition of windows, that shows massing, explains how to, based on these precedents that we have in our zoning code, the hotel, Biltmore Hotel, the City Hall, the Fink Building, and showing how those architects use proportion analysis to be able to make these beautiful buildings in the 1920s. So again, currently we have 8 buildings. What's before you today is proposing to remove San Sebastian Apartments and also the Granada Shops, just because we don't have a lot of drawings for actually either of those. And then replacing them with a series of new buildings. This slide is showing buildings by founding architects. Founding architects meaning George Merrick's small group of architects that helped basically create and give that brand to Coral Gables. So you recognize names such as Phineas Paste, Martin Hampton, George Fink, and we took those buildings that are local, some of them not so local, some of them are in Hollywood, some of them are in Tampa, but those founding architects that did other Mediterranean buildings throughout Florida and putting them into our code to be precedents for architects to use. And the other local examples that are not by our founding architects, such as office building that's on Ponce, the Comber Hall, Church of Little Flower, San Michel, Vizcaya. And other examples outside of local, such as Santa Barbara City Hall, some buildings that are even in Europe that were used as, or may have been used for precedents in the 1920s. So we're really expanding the field and the examples that the architects can use to design new buildings. And it goes on. Malibu, Atlanta, other buildings, again, that are local in Palm Beach by Meisner and abroad. And we also have a list put together, actually, by one of our historians of the area, George Brett. Oh, sorry. I can't think of his name. George Gillis. Brett Gillis, thank you.
Brett Gillis, yes.
So he put together character-defining features, and we were able to tweak this a lot with the Board of Architects. Towers, asymmetry, varied window and door types, cast iron work. A lot of these character-defining features that need to be and should be in these Mediterranean buildings. And then this is the prerequisites table. So as you can see, we're striking through a lot of these items, again, because they don't relate to architecture, such as bicycle parking, structural soil, street lighting, and replacing them with more appropriate prerequisite items, such as contextual analysis, precedents, building proportions, building scale, ground floor design. These are things that we want people to, architects to be able to use earlier on in the process, and keep that in mind as they're designing their Mediterranean building. And again, once you do the prerequisites compliance and you have studied your precedent and you've analyzed it as far as your facade goes, you have now entered into the Mediterranean design bonus program, right? But you're not actually allowed to have any bonus yet until you fulfill level 1 or level 2 as well. So level 1, many of these are being reused and just adding on to, such as arcades and loggias. Some of them are being replaced by street-facing building, rear access, sidewalk and plaza and courtyard. Some of them are just being renamed and also just added on as far as just the clarity of the provision. And keeping the same idea as far as 6 of the 11 would have to be met for residential, and then 8 of the 11, now 11, would be for mixed use. And then once they fulfill that, once they fulfill the prerequisites, the precedents, and one of those level 1, depending on what they're multifamily or what if they're mixed use, then they would be granted, if the Board of Architects agrees to it, of course, and they grant it, level 1 bonus, which again is 1 story or 0.2 FAR. And the level 2 bonus is about building lot coverage, resources for Mediterranean, as far as it's actually an idea came from the Board of Architects that the architect on record would sign an affidavit saying that they've looked at our website, gables.com/Mediterranean design. They've looked at our best practice manuals. They've looked at our history of our city and applied that to their proposed building. And that would be level 2 bonus. So again, you fulfilled the prerequisites, the precedents, the level 1 bonus, and level 2 bonus, which is additional 0.3 FAR for a maximum of 0.5 FAR, and 2 stories, or 3 if it's a high-rise building. Zoning, sorry. So on the left side of the screen is what the Board of Architects can approve. They have a by right shown in yellow and level 1, level 2 bonus. And that's all the Board of Architects is allowed to approve or grant. On the right side is with the City Commission. And that tall area in the middle is when the City Commission grants a change of land use or zoning that affects the height. So when these projects are reviewed by the Board of Architects first, because it's the first step of our process, it's misconceived that the Board of Architects is approving a 16-story building, which in fact they're just approving the Mediterranean bonus on top of a proposed change of land use or zoning building that has yet to be approved, the land use and zoning change be approved by the City Commission. So this is kind of a misconception that the Board of Architects is approving taller buildings when in fact they're approving it only if the Commission changes the land use and zoning of that proposed building. So this is our process. The first line on the very top is showing more by right projects. Coral Gables by right. Of course, nothing here is by right. Even a single family house, you can't do by right in Coral Gables. But you start off with the optional Board of Architects conceptual review, if you want to, the DRC, Development Review Committee, and then the Board of Architects preliminary approval, and then it goes to final and building permit. But typically, of course, the project that you see here, and most of the projects in Coral Gables, unfortunately, have to go through a site plan approval or a change of land use and zoning approval. So it goes through DRC, an extra meeting. Let me get my clicker going. An extra meeting, Board of Architects preliminary approval, and as you can see, the middle line is showing the site plan approval, but these are usually being traveled with a change of land use and zoning with the proposed building. So again, the BOA is looking at the proposed building, assuming that the Commission is going to approve the change of land use and zoning. They are not approving the change of land use and zoning. It's not their purview. They are only looking at the aesthetics and the med bonus on top of that building. So then Planning and Zoning Board is actually the first one that looks at both the site plan and the change of land use and zoning at the same time, and they determine and make a recommendation to the City Commission, who then has the authority to approve the change of land use and zoning. So this is a process that the Planning and Zoning Board brought up that is a concern for them. They made a motion during the review of the Mediterranean design standards that they would like to have the commission have them study this process a little more in depth, maybe have the Planning and Zoning Board be able to look at these requests for change of land use and zoning earlier on in the process and not be one of the last ones here on the screen. I think that's it. Oh, so in summary, updating the intent and purpose, removing the criteria that's redundant, requiring a conceptual review, requiring our prerequisites before entering into the bonus program, and then also expanding the list of precedents. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to touch upon some of the things that I put in the memo that I sent to my colleagues yesterday, and it's going to be available on the city's website for the public to look at as well. This has been a very long process, and it actually began before we started with the Board of Architects and the initial drafting stage. I'm going to touch upon history briefly because Dorothy Thompson, who's given us her presence here today, was a champion that was dealing with what she called the flash cube buildings and trying to find a solution for that. And the original Mediterranean bonus code did not include some of the problems that we developed later on. In mid-2000s, specifically 2004, additional languages add to the Mediterranean bonus that allowed our other architectural styles. And that language, when it was added, allowed things to creep into our city that were not of Mediterranean design and providing them bonuses that they'd never earned for Mediterranean design. So that was the crucial big step that was taken shortly after I was elected. When I was on the Planning and Zoning Board prior to my election, I asked for this issue to be addressed, that we needed to address the Mediterranean bonus provisions and the language because it was providing bonuses for buildings such as the Zuby building, commonly known as the building with birds on it. We had an as-of-right project, the A-Loft project. I live within 1,000 feet of it. I never got any notice of it. It's one of the poor designs and poor materials. We have styrofoam molding on it, and we could have done so much better had we had more collaboration with the public. So after my election, I requested a Blue Ribbon Committee to be formed, and each one of the members of the commission selected a member. Mr. Pardo has blessed us with his presence here today. I'm glad you're here. As I said to you, this brings us full circle. They came up with the idea of conceptual review. They also came up with other ideas that we weren't able to implement at the time, and they urged, as I felt needed to be done, to take other architectural designs out of there, because what was being done is we ended up with a Picasso of a Mediterranean building, which didn't look at Mediterranean at all. At the time, staff was very concerned that we would get sued if we made conceptual review mandatory. As it turns out, it's very much favored by applicants going to the Board of Architects. I actually even heard the comment that it would be malpractice for someone not to use it because you're going to save a lot of money for your client. It also saves, on the other side, a lot of anxiety for residents because you have an early opportunity to provide comments to the Board of Architects on things you don't like. And, had there been this type of conceptual review on some of these buildings that went through the process and got denied, they probably would have saved a lot of anxiety for residents having to fight these things and ended up with, at the end result, such as Alan Morse's building, a lot earlier. So I thank the Blue Ribbon Committee for the hard work they did. We got the 2 first phases done on conceptual review, and eliminating that language, and then came the hard, long work that we couldn't do in a rushed fashion. And, Ms. Garcia worked tirelessly on this, along with other residents in the community. Ms. Medicos Longo Teofilo, who is sadly not with us today, he worked on that. We did the the symposium where we discussed what was wrong with our Mediterranean design code and identified areas where we really needed to focus in and do some improvements. And it was a blending process, using what the Blue Ribbon Committee had put together, what we had in other comments in the other documentation to put together the final result. And this was made available for everyone to provide comments. So I look at this as like a collage. Mr. Gillis, who I know is not residing in Coral Gables anymore, came up with some very good input and ideas as well. And I appreciate all the work that everybody has done. Now, we had buildings from many different places being brought in as suggestions, local buildings a little, as far away as California, as well as other European buildings, because the original architects for Coral Gables got their inspiration from somewhere. So we needed to take the highest quality buildings that set an example of what we want Mediterranean design to be in this city, to provide additional inspiration for our city going forward. The same type of inspiration that George Merrick had and Mr. Fink had when they were, and Phineas Pace had when they were designing the original buildings that were built here. So that's why we went beyond Coral Gables for proposed buildings. We also did a test drive. I called it a test drive through the Board of Architects. I thought it was important because, number one, unless you drive it, unless you try it out, unless you do a drawing, we asked the Board of Architects to provide comments on it based upon their experience. And the Planning and Zoning Board also has architects on it, like Mr. Pardo, who could provide their input as well, because an architect will look at it in a different way than a policymaker will. I know what my end goal is. My end goal was to improve the architecture, but the language to improve it and how far the fenestration needs to be was something that it took experts to provide that type of input on. So I listened to the last Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and I wanted to share with you all what I tried to do early on in my career here as a commissioner was to bring the review of the underlying zoning earlier on rather than trying to have it done after the fact as it's done currently. After the fact, meaning by the Planning and Zoning Board, after the Board of Architects has already labored over a building and it's already baked to be this tall, and then they find out after the fact that you can only build a building much different than what they wanted to because the height was not granted by the Planning and Zoning Board. I went through that on a project near my home. The developer was in tears because they were denied at Planning and Zoning and had to redesign the building from scratch. So my suggestion is the following. Because I was told by staff if we have a vote by the Planning and Zoning Board on zoning before it goes to the Board of Architects, that it becomes an as-of-right project. And that's something we don't want because we'll have another A-loft. We won't have that type of discourse and opportunity to do a conceptual review process. Have it go, you have the conceptual review before the Board of Architects, another conceptual review before Planning and Zoning Board, okay? There's no vote taken at the Board of Architects on, they just provide comments. And then there's a clear picture for that developer that they either need to start over with something that's more compatible for the area, or that the Planning and Zoning Board feels that it's appropriate for the area, the particular zoning change. And this only applies to zoning changes. So I'm going to circle back a moment and highlight one of the other main contentions that I continually heard from folks that were frustrated that went before the Board of Architects, and that is the Board of Architects was instructed to ignore zoning. Throughout this draft, the words compatibility and massing are clearly delineated as something that the Board of Architects has to address, not only based upon future zoning changes as they show on the map, but the existing. And if you have a historic building here, and you have a single-family residential home here, and you have a brand-new building over here, and you're going to put in an MX building over here on the other side, you need to consider the fact that you have a single-family home there. And that's the existing buildings that are there that have to be placed under consideration, both for compatibility and massing at the Board of Architects level. And I look forward to seeing the future work for the Planning and Zoning Board dealing with conceptual review of zoning matters. So I just will point out, because I know that Mr. Pardo's there taking notes, that on page 5, 9, 21, and 28, the words compatibility are put in the venue of the Board of Architects here. Massing is highlighted on pages 7 and 12. So this will make it more difficult for folks to qualify for med bonus. It absolutely will, because you're not going to get points for bicycle racks anymore, or things that don't contribute to the Mediterranean design of a building. So, Mayor, at this time, I'd really like to give the opportunity for Mayor Thompson, who's blessed us with her presence here, to say a few words.
Thank you, Felix. You're welcome. Yeah. I'm going to thank Jennifer here, because I had mentioned to her when she was approaching here, I said, please speak up, because it's very difficult to hear some people when they come up to the microphone unless they enunciate and raise the volume of their voice. 45 years ago, in 1979, is when the time I was elected to the commission. And that's a long time ago. Some of you weren't even born, right? And some of you were just toddlers. So I guess I'm vintage here, or what do you want to call it? But the reason I mention that is because I was much younger. I was 45 years younger then. And I felt it was difficult to even hearing some things at City Hall. And it's never been remedied, as far as I know, and I hope when you do this transition over there that you keep that in mind, because the acoustics there are pretty bad, even for a younger person, and certainly for an older one, you can't hear anything. I go home to watch it on television. I can hear the screen and have the closed captions on and know exactly what you're saying. Otherwise, it's just standing up here and saying nothing. But anyway, I wanted to thank you again, Jennifer, because you did raise your voice, and I heard every word you said. Thank you for suggesting and inviting that I come here today. Vice Mayor Anderson, I really appreciate that. And I know there's been so much has gone into this particular very important aspect of our city through its ordinance. And you know it's a rare occasion that I do come here unless I see something or want to say something. But I'd rather stay home and watch. I watch all of you. I'm always watching all of you and keeping up with what's going on in the city. But when there's I feel an item of importance that I maybe could lend some type of words of wisdom or something to it, that's the time I will come. Otherwise, you're not seeing me here. Today, I felt it was very important because this is having to do with a very, very, very crucial part of our whole being of Coral Gables, the whole ambiance of being in Coral Gables and living here. I really felt that it was important that I should come and just speak a few words for whatever good it does, or for whatever you want to take from it. There's another item on the agenda later on today having to do with the Biltmore Hotel, but I'm not going to stay for that. That's something different. It's been said that this Mediterranean ordinance, architecture ordinance, is part of my legacy. And I guess you can say that is true because it was signed under my name as mayor at the time. in the mid-1980s. And but it really and truthfully, it's a legacy of the city, belongs to the city. Each one of you, as you serve your time here in office, are going to have some sort of legacies you're working on now. I already recognize some of your legacies that you're working on. It's very important to do that, to give back to this community. That's going to be long-lasting. And certainly the architecture ordinance has been a long-lasting one, and now it's being enhanced. And I know you have many, as I've said, many meetings leading up to this. I probably should have attended some of them, but I didn't. I didn't even know some were going on, and I concentrate more on what's happening in the commission level rather than planning and zoning and the board of architects and all that kind of stuff. It's impossible to be up and swift with everything. However, it comes down to here, but I do think of a moment ago, because I'm almost like that person that I've sort of set up as an example of someone not being aware of what's going on in the city, and all of a sudden at the very end, hey, what's going on here? That's what happened, if I can digress for a moment, when we had the final meeting for the Biltmore Hotel to be renovated and to be brought back to life after being in its own stupor for all those years and being abandoned for 18 years. And we had the most vigorous meeting that night at City Hall. Everybody came up and said, had their say of what they thought about whether or not the Biltmore Hotel should even be renovated. Would you believe? You won't believe that now, but the feeling in that room that night was, don't do anything with it. Just leave it alone. We don't want any strangers in our neighborhood. We don't want taxi cabs and trucks coming in and all that type of thing. And because they wanted to be left alone. And they didn't care if the building would fall down or anything else. At the very end of the meeting, we called the meeting, the public hearing part of it closed, and one man stood by at the end, and I didn't even know what he was going to say. And everyone exited the chambers, and this one man stood behind. He said, I just want to let you know, Mayor Thompson, that I want to thank you. He said, I didn't know what was going on. Because they would come up and say, what's going on? Nothing has been said all these years. So I'm in the same position here. That's why I bring this analogy in. All these different meetings is very impressive. It's been going on for so many months and years, I guess. And here I am today saying, what's going on? I've tried to understand this. It's very difficult. It's very convoluted, this ordinance, as being revised. And I even took it with me to the Thanksgiving dinner up in North Carolina. And I did, because I wanted to try to understand it. And it goes on and on and on. It's really wonderful, all the input and all that has been put into it. But again, you really have to know what you're talking about in order to really have some sort of words of wisdom that are appropriate. I even corralled my son-in-law, Alan Morris, who knows all about these things, and his building up here in Alhambra Circle is beautiful, a wonderful model of Mediterranean architecture. And I had him sit down and read it. And he said, well, here and there, I don't understand that, this and that. So if he couldn't do it, I couldn't do it either. So I'm here today in awe of what you've done, Vice Mayor Anderson, from what I see. And I don't know what the outcome and all will be, but I really feel that you've done a wonderful job, really Herculean task to go through this and bring up these type of things to everyone's attention, because we all have. It's impossible to avoid seeing what's happening in our city. You talk about legacy. This is the legacy of our city, of having these beautiful Mediterranean architecture type of things, buildings in our city. It has such a long-lasting effect. It's the envy, I would think, of most cities around the whole, not only this Dade County, but also around the state of Florida. So what happens today with this is a very serious thing, because it's our very essence. of the beauty of Coral Gables architecturally speaking. And it goes back, like I say, to the early 1980s. And the genesis of the concern were the two buildings, glass buildings on Alhambra Circle, has been already mentioned. People, when they saw that, people in general said, what's going on with our city? Are we going to have a glass city here after all? Be named Glass Gables, maybe Coral Gables, Glass Gables, I don't know. I just happened to think about that, but probably people they got upset, and the commission was upset. And that's where we brought a long-standing, sort of like this, it went on for months and months and months. It wasn't something we did overnight, because we wanted to make sure we got it right. And in so doing, we were able to pass the Mediterranean Ordinance. And I was mayor at the time, but it led up to that from several years. And the commissioners were very much involved with and having a hand in doing this. We didn't have all the social media stuff like that going on, so it was pretty much in-house. We didn't have so much the community rising up here and there because they were unaware of it. We didn't have the technology then as we do now, that everything goes out. Today, it goes out all over the city and comes back and does different ways and so forth. No, it was pretty much in-house, and the seats were pretty much bare. So it took a lot of thought, and I guess you might say even that we had no influence from outside. It was in-house that we had to do this, and depending upon staff and the correct information coming to us to make this decision. When I think back of it now, I mean, it was like a few lines in the ordinance. I mean, it was made simplified. They were enhancing it, and when you enhance something or change something, you run into the risk. At that time, and I look around the room today and around the city today, and it's Felix Pardo and I are the last ones standing here. And I mean, who knows how long we'll stand, so you really need to listen to this. It's very important. From the 45 years ago when this all happened, for you now to be doing the next important step to make sure it goes on into the future and keep what we have here. We are the envy of the country. Coral Gables City is known, California, Minnesota, Massachusetts, any place. You say you're from when you say you're from Florida, and then you say Coral Gables, and they know exactly what you're talking about. I would like to say a couple other things. I'm not swift in thinking anymore, so I wrote a few things down. I've already mentioned most of it, I guess. I just went on in my mind, after all, better than I thought. Again, I say the legacy of what you're doing here today, it belongs to all of you. It belongs to the city. It doesn't belong to any one person, but it takes a person or a few or a commission to come up with something that's going to be so meaningful that you retain this quality of life here in the city of Coral Gables and pass it on to your children and grandchildren, which I've done. I didn't have grandchildren when I started on this, but I do now, and you will too. And it's very important. It's a very important issue to make sure that you do the right thing. And like I say, there's other things. I have a legacy, I digress again, of being the founder of the Coral Gables Citizen Crime Watch. Thank you for coming to the breakfast the other day. That's 1980. That's a long time ago. The Biltmore Hotel that I had a hand in, of course, again when I was mayor, and that's a long-lasting legacy. The Coral Gables Community Foundation, I founded that. That's a long-lasting and ongoing and very, very successful organization to this very day. And all these things, the legacy, but it belongs to the city. I hand it to the city. I was just the cog in the wheel, if you will, that goes on and on. Like I say, Felix Pardo again, he's very much involved with everything. He knows everything that's in that ordinance that you're proposing. any changes. He's very much aware of it and very much available to give you guidance along the way. Lastly, I always say this to you, and I really mean this, and that is each one of you have a great job that's in front of you, and each one of you really carries out your jobs very well. I know, I've been there, but not where you are now because it's so much more intense. You have the whole city, the whole world, whole organizations to deal with, whereas did it pretty much in a vacuum almost because we didn't have the technology at that time that you all have now. You have a tough job. We thought our job was tough, but yours is much tougher, and I really appreciate every one of you, and I do. I reach out to each one of you, and I receive good input from each one of you when I call you, and I thank you so much for that, and just bear with me, because I'm not always here, but I am listening to you, and I'm always there if I can help anything from the past, because the past is never gone forever. It always has some part of the future and of what's now. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I cannot take credit for wordsmithing this. There was a lot of people involved, including Mr. Pardo, and I think he's ready to speak next. And he made substantial, input during the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, as did each member of the Board of Architects, and what we needed to do to make this design code something that we're proud of. So with that, thank you for coming here today, Mr. Pardo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Mr. Mayor. It just so happens, serendipity, that we're in this exact room that we were in 2022, where there was a sunshine meeting, and I spoke at the sunshine meeting. The mayor was kind enough to recognize what I had said, and the vice mayor, and then there was the movement for the Blue Ribbon Committee. At the beginning of the Blue Ribbon Committee, it's important to understand that everyone had different opinions. But having chaired the committee, I was very, very pleased that we were able to make tremendous strides in looking at the Mediterranean Ordinance and the bonuses, and looking at them in a certain way that we were able to push it forward. Quite right. The first two things were the most important parts, which were Mediterranean architecture for those Mediterranean bonuses. The second part was the conceptual review. And I received a lot of pushback on that at the beginning, but then the more that the committee understood it, then all of a sudden everybody was on board on that. Most of the changes that you have today, let me reassure you, are based on the original Blue Ribbon Committee recommendations. Some of the things have been changed a little bit as far as the orientation, the this, the that, but believe me, it's there. I probably have spent more hours working on this 40 some odd years ago to today than anyone that's left. I was going to introduce myself as Dorian Gray instead of Felix Pardo, but I feel like Dorian Gray because these are the same issues that happened back in the mid-'80s. The one thing that I want everyone to understand, speaking as a resident, when I went through my 6-mile run, as I do every morning through the Gables, is that at some time when the Blue Ribbon Committee was disbanded, some people didn't understand what the word compatibility is. Compatibility is the most important word that we have in all of architecture and all of planning. Because of that, I think it's extremely important that we recognize that. So one of the things that occurs is that there is a subset of requirements that the vice mayor touched on. And in this subset, this is where you have upzoning, change of zoning for upzoning, or a change of the comprehensive land use plan, usually for something more intense. Now, as the vice mayor had said, is that the Board of Architects, which I sat on and chaired many years ago, is asked to consider those type of projects as if they were already approved by the planning board. From a procedural standpoint, really, there was a second motion that is part of the public record, and basically it was to recommend that there be a procedural change, that when there is a comp plan or zoning change, that the applicant must first go to P&Z for a preliminary determination before going to the BOA. Now, I'm not an attorney, but when you use words like preliminary determinations, it doesn't sound like a matter of right to me. You're trying to test the water, see if it's too hot, too cold. And that's a lot better, because when then it goes to the Board of Architects and they look at that transcript from the planning board of the discussion of the compatibility of the zoning, it becomes important. I want you to look at this podium here. So let's say that the zoning, graphically, the existing zoning on a property comes up to here. That's what's allowed. And let's say that the applicant is asking for an upzone and maybe including a change of the master plan. So now it comes up to here. Then when you add the bonuses, it's only these two stories here. Why is this important to understand? Is because usually when you have a change of zoning or you have a change of the comprehensive land use plan, what happens is that the determination of how it's going to affect an existing neighborhood, an existing area, is everything. And that's why, the same as the pre-meeting that I had suggested while I was sitting on the Blue Ribbon Committee, which was adopted by this commission, by the commission, that it was a huge tool for the Board of Architects and also for the applicant. It would be a protection for residents to be able to have an additional tool when this specific subset comes before. Not projects that are already a matter of right, but these particular projects. I think that is the last piece of the puzzle that needs to be implemented to assure compatibility in existing neighborhoods. If you're in a CBD area, it becomes almost a gimme. I remember projects in areas such as the innovative area, the zoning area. And again, it's almost all built out. It sits almost by itself. So when you look at the plan of the city and you understand that, the one thing you have to always remember when you sit here is that you want to protect the existing neighborhoods and the quality of life in Coral Gables, which makes Dorothy and myself the last one standing. I have to congratulate you for allowing us to take a look at these different components. It's a lot of work, but it's well worth it when it comes to preserving the beauty of the City Beautiful. This particular component for this specific subset is key for making the Mediterranean bonus work correctly. There's no blame of any particular department putting their finger on the scale. This then becomes a matter of a recommending body being able to have a preliminary determination, the same as the Board of Architects doing exactly the same thing. It's for the benefit of the board members, the applicant, and the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I agree with you, and that's why there is a separate resolution, so the Planning and Zoning Board can proceed on that work. You all can set your schedule.
I would just like to say I'm here as a citizen.
I know. No, I understand.
And I'm here as a citizen, so the only thing I can say to you is that, you go through, if this is approved, you go through 2 readings. I think that by the time the second reading comes up, I think we should strive to have this particular component in there, so there's no doubt of this particular subset. It's only fair to the neighbors, the applicants, and the city.
I agree with you, and
Thank you.
thank you for all the hard work that you did on this, on many other things.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
So first speaker is Mrs. Maria Cruz.
So are we adding that in between readings?
So
or-
the vice mayor has a separate item, because that wasn't part of this item, and it's not part of the title. The vice mayor has a separate item addressing that potential change in the procedure. And so that'll be discussed whenever that item is called. If I may clarify just one point, Vice Mayor, I think there is a little bit of confusion. The Planning and Zoning Board is a recommending board. So if they were to, it's not a matter of whether they vote or not vote, it would simply be a conceptual review. But of course, it's only if the City Commission were to grant the land use change or a zoning change, that would be, of course, then approved and, potentially lead to an as-of-right project.
I understand.
Yeah.
Basing this upon conversations I had 3.5 years ago with staff. So I do think the Planning and Zoning Board needs to sit down, discuss, make recommendations, and we can incorporate it.
Absolutely.
I have a question for the city attorney on that issue. So the proposed ordinance has the conceptual review for the Board of Architects, but the conceptual review planning and zoning is not in the ordinance. It's a separate piece of legislation, right?
Correct.
So if somebody wanted to vote in support of the ordinance, but they want the Planning and Zoning Board to have a conceptual review, we would vote for one and perhaps not a guarantee that the second legislation will pass. So it's you're sort of a leap of faith that it'll all come together.
Correct, but the commission, so the separate item is a resolution basically asking the Planning and Zoning Board to flesh this out, to talk about the change in the procedure, to have their feedback and input on the proposed suggestion by the Vice Mayor, which is, again, that's a separate resolution that we will discuss when it's called, but that is something that could then be incorporated with further legislation if that's the will of the commission.
We can amend between first and second reading. I think it's pretty clear on the record that this is a desired thing. It's touched upon in my memo to you all as well. We did conceptual review with the Board of Architects. It wasn't mandatory. This particular ordinance makes it mandatory now. You must go for conceptual review.
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I understand, but I think you all need to have a discussion. The Planning and Zoning Board members need to have a discussion amongst themselves, and figure out how that wheel is going to be shaped.
Mrs. Cruz.
Yes, Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I just want to reinforce something that was said, because even though I don't live by the Waterways Project, I have attended either by Zoom or in person every meeting. And yes, in fact, the Board of Architects granted Mediterranean bonus with regards to massing and compatibility under the very clear directions and opinion of the attorney, who told them they had to, he didn't say assume, they had to vote as if the Planning and Zoning Board had granted them everything they were asking for, and then they would apply the Mediterranean bonus. It was not, I was there, and I have the minutes, and I have my notes, and yes, he forced the issue. They had to vote on the Mediterranean bonus as if Planning and Zoning had agreed to it. I'm sorry, we cannot change it, we cannot modify, the minutes are clear, the video's clear, all of us that were there objected to it, and that's how they got the 6-0 vote, because he said they had to vote as if it had already been granted.
Mr. Clerk?
Maria Longo.
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Let me know if you can hear, because
Bring up
there has been, times that I can listen well and others. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
No echo?
You're fine, thank you.
Okay. So my name is Maria Cristina Longo. You all know me by Mari Cris, and I live at 16 Phoenicia Avenue. And I'm going to speak in favor of the Met bonus revisions. About 2 years ago, I became involved in facilitating the Met bonus revisions because I was very frustrated with its results. In fact, I was one of the individuals who fought the first Alan Morris project, the Ponds, that is beautiful now, wholeheartedly and with great passion because the original design and style was not Mediterranean. The Alan Morris team reached out to me to help with the design concept, and a group of 3 residents, including myself, influenced significantly the final design, which was approved unanimously by all of the commissioners. Please say yes to the Mediterranean bonus revisions, because this initiative makes sense for the reasons I will tell you here today. The Met bonus grants only a total or maximum of only 2 additional stories in most cases when developers meet all prerequisites and criteria for bonus 1 and 2. The problem that we have in our city with high and massive buildings is not caused by the Met bonus. The Met bonus is not the problem. The problem, as you saw today with the explanation that Jennifer gave you with PowerPoint, is that unfortunately developers and their lawyers request radical and unreasonable changes of zoning that are not appropriate for the context. In 2004, there was a code rewrite, and the Met bonus code was watered down. Unfortunately, since then, the Met bonus has been abused many times, and stricter revisions are necessary. The goals of these revisions is to elevate the standards and the quality of design in order to preserve our distinctive identity and branding. Having a cohesive themes creates value and a sense of place. The goal is to produce timeless buildings that create value and enhance our quality of life. Today, for the first time, when Mayor Dorothy Thompson was speaking, I realized, I had a revelation that our name, Coral, and Gables, there's 2 items. Gables is part of a traditional architecture, and Coral is a stone, which is traditional. Our roots are traditional architecture. The revised Met bonus criteria is more demanding and rigorous because it raises the minimum standards for developers to be able to apply for the Met bonus. Among the new prerequisites that developers must meet before they can apply for the bonus are contextual analysis and proportional analysis. The rewrite, this revision introduces a new prerequisite that requires contextual analysis. Developers must show how proposed building, massing, scale, and height are compatible with the existing urban context and adjacent buildings. And what I'm going to tell you, I took it directly from the language of the Met bonus. I'm actually reading what's there right now on contextual analysis. This new prerequisite requires that an analysis of the context be studied and submitted for review that illustrates the compatibility of the proposed building to maintain the character of the existing surrounding area. Any conflicts between the proposed building and the existing context shall be considered in the site planning, massing, building, height, step backs, and other components of the building by the Board of Architects. Another prerequisite that is new is that developers must also present a proportional analysis of the building facade using a proportional classical system such as the double square or the golden section. Developers will have illustrations and examples of how these systems work in the Best Practices Manual for Mediterranean Architecture. And you're already aware that the BOA now is in the new bonus revisions, the conceptual review will be mandatory instead of voluntary. Developers will have to submit for a conceptual review prior to the developmental review process and the preliminary BOA review and approval. This new mandatory step is very beneficial because developers will get feedback early on in the process whether or not they will meet the intention of the MED bonus and before they start spending money. This comprehensive initiative to revise the MED bonus was initiated by the Planning Department with the participation and collaboration of the late architect and Professor Teófilo Victoria, who helped the Planning Department plan a series of workshops for the BOA members. The Board of Architects, the members of the Board of Architects have extensive experience reviewing projects on a weekly basis. The buck ends with them. They are the soldiers in the battle with developers. I would also like to give credit to the city architect and Judy Carty, who dedicated many hours to this initiative, and I would like to thank Felix Pardo, who worked on the original Blue Ribbon Committee and gave us great feedback during the planning and zoning presentations. After 8 meetings and during a 7-month period, the MED bonus revisions were approved by the majority of the Planning and Zoning Board members. This comprehensive initiative is a win-win for everyone. The BOA wins because they will have legal grounds and teeth to reject poorly designed projects, and they will have higher standards to spec more. The mandatory conceptual review process will help the residents like myself win because bad projects that are not in context will be stopped in the initial stage, freeing citizens from the burden on having to organize to fight unreasonable projects. I'm ready to throw the towel, by the way. After this, I don't want to fight anymore. The Planning and Zoning Board will win because residents will be happier and there will be less frustration with the outcome. There will be less people fighting to protect their quality of life. And the city and you win because beautiful, timeless architecture creates value. Now more than ever, I think it is critically important that we keep and improve the MED bonus incentive. The Live Local Act gives developer incentives which has no design parameters, whereas these MED bonus revisions have design parameters. This is a common sense and comprehensive approach. It makes sense to make the MED bonus more rigorous. These revisions may not be 100% perfect, but they are 100% better. Please say yes today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Suli Pardo.
Ms. Pardo, good morning.
Good morning. Happy holidays to all. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Zuli Pardo. I reside at 49 Campina Court, and I am here to support this resolution. We offer our full support for the proposed code amendments to the Mediterranean bonus standards. What began, as Mr. Pardo very aptly mentioned, in this very room on June 14th of 2021 to address residents' concerns of development projects receiving Mediterranean bonuses without merit evolved into an exhaustive collaborative effort led by Vice Mayor Anderson, the Blue Ribbon Committee, our dedicated staff, Board of Architects, Planning and Zoning, and community professionals. The resolution before you is a step in the right direction, demanding quality architecture to stricter Mediterranean standards. Only exceptional design should be considered for such bonuses. We can no longer afford to fall short of the original intent. Encourage architecture that retains elements of the Coral Gables Mediterranean architecture as envisioned by George Merrick. We are confident you too will support this resolution and foster continued conversation, as has been very aptly explained this morning by the previous speakers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Zuli.
Okay. Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, is on Zoom. I believe to be Carele Carbonell.
Ms. Carbonell, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. This is
Go ahead,
Carelia.
ma'am.
Can you hear me? Yes, I am going to be speaking, fully supporting the ordinance and the whole process that went into it. But I do want to insert a different perspective because I'm going to wear my historic preservation hat. And with that said, I'm going to read just an excerpt of an article that I penned about a year ago regarding this whole review of the Med bonus. And please bear with me. I do want everyone to have open minds as far as architectural styles. George Merrick, thankfully, did not adhere to one single architectural style. On one hand, he envisioned a predominant style throughout his fledgling city, influenced by the residential buildings surrounding the Mediterranean. But on the other hand, Merrick created a variety of thematic villages, highlighting distinct architectural styles. Merrick was an avid internationalist who mandated a design diversity that in subsequent decades came to include Art Deco, Brutalist, Googie, Neo-colonial, New Formalist, and Postmodern. This Mediterranean bonus was basically, it was created in the 1980s as a reaction to the modern, quote unquote, architectural designs populating the city at the time. Ironically, today, these same designs are nationally heralded as meritorious architectural works. Yes, the glass buildings on Alhambra are architecturally significant. And though that was Docomomo International gave it that appreciation. So it is prudent and important to preserve a city's cultural and architectural identity, but one design style does not wholly define it. Mediterranean revival is our city's foundational heritage, but its preservation should not mean homogeneity in architectural styles. George Merrick City must continue to embrace a full spectrum of architectural designs just as he planned it. And by that I mean not bad architecture, but architecture that, yes, if they're meant to be Mediterranean, they should follow a strict guidelines, but if not Mediterranean, then they should be approved with the looking at them as high-end designs, and hopefully we'll be able to bring those architects, those prominent architects from around the country to build designs here in Coral Gables like we had in the past. So, and I think Mediterranean bonus was really mostly because of height. It really wasn't, at least in my opinion, wasn't really about design. It was developers wanted to build higher. And so this bonus gave them that ability. So with that said, I want to just put a little plug there. There's a book that's going to launch early in the year called Coral Gables Moderns, and it's all about our modern architecture. So please keep that in mind. I'm all for the Mediterranean bonus or a Mediterranean ordinance, and I thank everyone that worked on it. But let's really open up our minds to other styles. They're like children, they're different, but we love them. So thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Corelia. Let me just give you a little context. This revision to the Med bonus does not prohibit other architectural styles. It only addresses the fact that it is more costly to build in Mediterranean style, and therefore that was the reasoning that was done for legal reasons as well, that we needed to provide something to incentivize, and we're talking 2 stories. The major issue that we have, and Mr. Pardo spoke to it, was the underlying zoning, and so did our planning assistant director. The underlying zoning is a critical piece. Planning and Zoning Board will be addressing that, I believe, if we have a favorable vote on the resolution, and they can come back to us, as soon as January before this goes to second reading, and we can package them together. It would be a simple text amendment to this particular code, but I don't like to do it in a rushed fashion. But we do need this passed because we do have projects before the Board of Architects right now, and they have clamored for this to be passed for a long time. It's been a long road to get here. The heavy work has been done. It's time to move this train out of the station and give the Board of Architects what they need in order to address better Mediterranean design and not just give it out for architectural styles that don't cost as much to build. The glass buildings are cheap to build. Some of these others are very, very cheap to build, but high-quality Mediterranean with high-quality materials are much more expensive. So, do we have any more speakers?
Yes, ma'am. So on Zoom, Dariel Gonzalez.
Howdy, y'all. I just want to mention something that was mentioned by Corelia, Dr. Carbonell. So about the thematic villages, they were really done. Oh, sorry. Here. There we go. So the villages were done essentially in 1925 because there was a bit of a slowing down in the sale of lots. It wasn't to change the whole theme of the city. The city from its inception was always started out to be a Moorish, Venetian, Spanish-style city. Mr. Merrick himself sent H.G. Fink off to Spain to get more influence. There he actually was knighted by the King of Spain, and that's where we have some of the wonderful furniture that we have in the Merrick House today. But again, the importance, and the Vice Mayor correctly touched up on this, is the pricing of the buildings. If we didn't have this, every other building that we bring up would be a simple glass cube. We don't want that. We have to try to incentivize these more palatial, beautiful style buildings. The Colonnade, City Hall, the Biltmore, for example. So it's really important that we still not just divulge from these original architectural styles, but go back and really focus on the striving ideals that built this city, especially now as we're approaching our centennial. That's it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor, what is the good of the order?
I'd like to move this. Of course, my colleagues are free to make comments, and I understand where the intent is, and we have to deal with the entire issue.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk?
We have discussion?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, just a few comments. I think this is very timely. I think we are 4 months, 5 months away from closing out our first 100 years as a municipality. And we've gotten to this point with, I understand Carelia's point about different architectures, but the main architecture of our city has been Mediterranean. And it's an important thing to continue to preserve that for the next centennial, for the next 100 years of the city of Coral Gables. And I want to thank all the work that has gone in, Madam Vice Mayor, for your work. Maricris, I know you've put in many hours. Mr. Pardo has put in hundreds of hours with the Blue Ribbon Committee. This may have come to fruition a little sooner had that Blue Ribbon Committee been allowed to complete its work, but I'm glad that we're here today addressing this. Mayor Thompson, all the work that you've put in over the last few years to ensure that we preserve the Mediterranean design of our city. I guess my one concern, I just want to make sure, and I'm glad you said, Madam Vice Mayor, that it should be addressed prior to second reading, is ensuring that this, I guess you can't call it conceptual review, but this review by the P&Z takes place prior to. And in conversations I've had, with developers over the last couple of years, they have really found that the conceptual review by BOA has been very beneficial to them because they're not spending tons of hours pushing a project that won't get the support. They'll go through it, address some of the concerns that the BOA may have beforehand. The one thing, and I know it's a separate resolution, the one thing, recommendation that I would have on that second resolution that you're recommending is, I've had input as well from the Board of Architects, which I think would be beneficial to this ironing out of what the process should be. So what I would like to call in that second resolution is for a joint meeting between the Board of Architects and the Planning and Zoning Board to kind of figure out what the best way to do this would be. I don't know if on these projects it might even be beneficial to have them go before a joint meeting of the P&Z and the BOA, since it is conceptual, so that they can talk through some of the issues or concerns that they have. It might be beneficial from some of the members of the BOA. They'll bring up points that the P&Z may not bring up, and they're able to talk it through. I think a lot of the questions that come from watching P&Z and BOA is questions that come, well, what will happen in P&Z or what will happen at BOA? And a lot of those questions are never answered because they're never able to meet together. So that's just a suggestion, maybe having a joint meeting of the two of them to talk through what maybe the best recommendation from them is for us to consider on how to add that one layer to this. But I think this is leaps and bounds from where we are today, and it's a great step in ensuring that we protect our med bonus and ensure that we have quality products. If you look at the products that we as a commission have approved in the last year and a half, they've been quality products, quality design. They've been using different products in the design, which are not cheap. They're going to what I like to call Coral Gables Mediterranean. And it's something that is specific to Coral Gables. We're not getting cookie cutter projects that are being proposed anywhere else. They're proposed for the city of Coral Gables. And so far, the projects that have come before us, none of them have been maxing out on the ask on height. They've been scaling it back to what residents have wanted. And I think that has come from involving residents earlier in the process, involving the BOA early in the process so they can have these conversations. Many architects will tell you from the conversations that I've had with them, it's very difficult to design Mediterranean more than 5 stories. Why? Because Mediterranean architecture is really 4 or 5 stories. You go to the Mediterranean, most buildings are shorter or smaller buildings. But we have great new pictures that we added and designs that we added to the brochure and the packet on buildings like the Breakers that have those components and can help these architects in the including some of those design elements. So I commend you for this and happy to support it.
Right. Regarding the joint meeting, because I did sit with the Board of Architects when they were doing their discussions, because I wanted to make sure we had the right language in there to give them the teeth that they needed to address massing and all the issues that constantly were being told to them in the past. And we're going back a ways that, the zoning is not for their consideration. Getting everybody together is going to be a monumental task. I do think of one member, because the sentiment is consistent throughout the Board of Architects. Having one member present at the meeting should suffice, so that, you know, there's an urgency to get this done. And, you know, I'd hope to get it done earlier, but, you know, it takes time to do these things because we have projects in the pipeline. And I think we need to not delay unnecessarily, because I do think one member of the Board of Architects can express succinctly the same concerns. Okay?
So I guess a question for the city attorney. If we were to require a meeting, a joint meeting of the boards, does it require quorum from both? Or can we waive the quorum requirement and say?
So if there's no quorum, it would be a workshop. No action can be taken. There's, you know, alternatively, this ordinance can move forward and it can even come back on second reading, while the other process to change the review process is also underway. So that's also something for the commission to consider.
So,
Right, but I guess if we ask for a joint meeting of the two boards, both boards would have to have a quorum.
If you want a formal recommendation as opposed to just a workshop with feedback, with informal feedback.
Understood.
so what I was going to suggest, because there was a Board of Architect member more than once that went to planning and zoning and expressed, you know, why they need this, why this was needed, and various points were needed, they can have somebody appear at the planning and zoning board meeting. So it's not a joint meeting between the board, but the board has participation, has a spokesperson there to address their concerns for planning and zoning.
And so also to that end, the Board of Architects could discuss and even designate one of their members to be the one who represents them at planning and zoning, if that's the will of the commission.
I suggest, since regardless, the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board and the BOA is not binding on us, it's advisory if I'm not mistaken. So if they do meet in an informal setting, workshop, again, it's whatever they recommend would be non-binding as well.
Correct, but they cannot make a motion, so you would not know what the decision of the board is. You would have feedback from individual members or comments from individual members with no official recommendation from either board.
It's not that difficult to understand what the direction of that group would want. Now, I think instead of one representative should be 2 or 3 of each group. I think that because sometimes you have discussions that go in depth, and it's nice to any board to have more than one person there. I think because people see things from different angles. But I'm supportive of having some type of meeting of the minds. I think it's healthy. I think it's positive. We want to get this right. I think it's fantastic legislation, but let's make sure that whatever possible questions are addressed. I don't know if Commissioner Fernandez, my biggest concern, and I think obviously Dorothy, Mayor Thompson, what you've done and the staff and everyone involved is we're always striving to make what we do well better. And this is a step in that direction. My biggest concern, because it's something that's been evolving, I think, the last few years, is I want to find a balance between the BOA and the Planning and Zoning Board. And an issue that's come up is that sometimes the lines are blurred between what the BOA is tasked with reviewing and doing, and what are the criteria, and what the Planning and Zoning Board is. I think it's not in the best interest of the community if those lines are blurred, because they may be reviewing the same thing from the same angle and get different conclusions. So I would like to see as part of the process to define what the BOA should review and what the criteria is, and what the Planning and Zoning Board should be reviewing, what the criteria is, because I think that's been going on a little bit in the past. I agree with Corellia that you go around the city of Coral Gables and we have beautiful Mediterranean buildings, obviously, but we do have other styles that are just as spectacular. And going forward down the road, I would love to see steps to encourage that type of architecture as well, something that's compatible. If you go to the Louvre, they're beautiful paintings from all kinds of painters, but they have different styles. But collectively, it's spectacular. And I think we can continue to grow in beautiful quality architecture. I think the key here is aesthetics. I think everyone has seen and identified and recognized that there's some great work and there's some poor work. And I think what we're focused here is trying to get the best, highest quality architecture, design, and aesthetics so that we can be proud of every item. And, you know, it's interesting how this has evolved, and thank you, Mayor Thompson. If you really look at it, this Mediterranean bonus in a big picture, if the Biltmore Hotel came to the commission or BOA Planning and Zoning Board for Mediterranean bonus, odds are it wouldn't get approved just because of where it's located. So times have changed, but I think we're heading in the right direction. I just want whatever pending issues are addressed before we go to second reading. That way we all walk away feeling good.
Okay, I think Mr. Pardo had some additional comments he wanted to make on the record.
I think you're all in sync. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Just so you know, we've had, based on Jennifer's request, we've had the chair, Judy Carey, the chair of the Board of Architects, and Peter, the vice chair at the Board of Architects, and the city architect there. That's a very good representation, you know, of the BOA. The other thing is, I know that Judy and Peter meet, you know, when in between meetings, they make some time before the meeting starts at the BOA, and they discuss among themselves. Okay, and I know of some of the things that they've discussed specifically about this. There was also the only, I think also that if you have that representation, actually go to the planning board. And we separated, we had 2 planning board meetings. In other words, we had a planning board meeting specifically for med bonus because we knew it was just going to be a Herculean type of issue. But on top of that, then we had our regular board, so because it was unfair, you know, to applicants coming to us to go through this lengthy thing and then have them at the end of the meeting or the other way around. So if you have the chair, the vice chair, and the city architect there, you're going to have a very good representation. And also, I know that the chair and vice chair of the BOA will discuss this with the other board members that are very experienced in it. I don't think that you would need a quorum to do something like this. In fact, it's going to be legislative. It would be, you know, in the purview of the planning board. But I think we can get to that very quickly, and we could have another special meeting because of this process. The other thing is, if you go through your transcripts, the verbatim transcripts of that meeting, unfortunately, we lost one of the members, had a death in the family, had to leave after the first motion. But then there was healthy discussion about this particular issue, and if you read through those minutes or see the tape, you'll be able to realize exactly, you know, which way. So it's really a matter of logistics, and then of course, you know, once we come up with that, we'd run it by legal to make sure that, you know, we could dot our I's and cross our T's. So that's what I wanted to say, Vice Mayor. Thank you for.
No, and I appreciate it because I did have the opportunity to listen to that very healthy discussion, and I appreciate, you know, that needs to be addressed. I had run into obstacles previously when I tried to do something.
Right.
So I think the time is right for the board to come up with recommendations that will work.
And
okay.
Commissioner, the only thing I would take issue with you is I don't think that the Biltmore would have an issue based on what we're discussing today, simply because it sits on 220 some odd acres of land, which is the tremendous buffer. And the other thing is that, you know, I think that over the years, since Bill Kurdak Sr. and Dorothy led the charge on making sure that we saved the Biltmore, it's usually been a great neighbor when it's managed, you know, the way that the Prescotts have done over the years, a good job. And I think that what we're talking about is really when the proximity and you know when it's wrong.
Right.
you know,
Well,
so.
my point, Felix, was Dorothy went through hell to save the Biltmore, just to save it.
Right.
So imagine if the action was to build it. And, you know, it's always a battle, even if it's the best intention, and obviously the Biltmore is the jewel of our historic buildings, but, you know, there are challenges everywhere. But I'm glad we're all here together and we're working in the right direction.
I think the entire commission has done a great job, and you know, Mr. Mayor, you know, thank you very much for you know, all the hard work that you put into it, and also, you know, going back to 2021, June of 2021, thank you for listening to an old guy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through the mayor. I was very happy to second your motion. This has been one of my biggest concerns too when it came to architecture. And I also want to give credit to Felix Pardo because since this was one of my concerns, he has numerously met with me, gotten on phone calls. In fact, I also want to thank Mayor Dorothy Thompson and Alan Morris and Spencer because we had meetings regarding the quality of materials that these med bonuses we were trying to see how to improve it, and I think you were able to accomplish through this a lot of the things that we were talking about. But I really, really want to give thanks and credit to the people that, besides working with you, worked with me.
Right, well, we have a common thread there because Mr. Pardo also mentored me through some of the initial stages, and that's how we got the Blue Ribbon Committee to begin with. So we have a motion, we have a second, we ready to?
Say something?
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
I haven't had a chance. I've been trying to
Sorry, I
I've been trying to
forgot
stay
about
quiet. Somehow, some way, I get blamed for talking too much. Very briefly, 3 things. Number one, the Biltmore, in my eyes, would pass today, not only because you made a very good point about the 200 plus acres, which is something that I've worked on for a long time, is to make sure as much ground on the first floor, we can have as much green space as possible. It would pass because you don't have a parking platform. You don't have a plinth. And in my belief, what makes, and the belief of most architects that I have the pleasure of talking to on a daily basis, is when you add bulkiness to a building, it immediately removes the ability to really inject Mediterranean design. That's the key. I don't care what you do, what you say. Look at, for example, Willie Bermejo's building that he was able to put together in the Innovation District. There's no parking. When you remove the parking, look at Europe, you have a more distinct, more flavorful, more acceptable, more palatable building in regards to the architecture. So the Biltmore, in my opinion, would pass easily just because the 2 points that you took one of them from me. Had it right here. Thank you, Felix. Was number one, the green space, and number two, the fact that it doesn't have a parking podium, which is a huge deal. Huge deal. Look how many buildings can you say in Coral Gables don't have a parking podium? City Hall, the Biltmore, maybe the one that Willie's is under construction right now. There's not many. There's probably a handful. Maybe Jennifer can put that on an email and send it out to us and educate us. Number two, I want to give credit to Burton Hirsch, who's telling me a few things about this issue along with Felix, and that is, Carelia's comments are correct. While we concentrate on Mediterranean, which is it's the building block of who we are and our design, and I commend the Vice Mayor for her hard work on this, along with the Blue Ribbon panel and Dorothy, and more importantly, the employees, Jennifer and her team, who've done a great job. I really want to not forget that we are a city that has different designs. Different designs, and we need to celebrate that. I would not want to see my neighborhood be all ranch homes like mine. I don't think that would be something that if you speak to George Merrick, if you were alive today, that was never the intention. That's what I think Carelia had a very good point about the villages. You different villages, different flavors, different touches of design. So that's something I put out there. Just always keep in the back of our mind that we love Med, but at the end of the day, let's also focus in on preserving some of our great design that we have here. And the third point, we talk about meetings and planning and zoning and BOA. I'll make it very easy for you. Mr. Clerk, send out through the commission a request to the BOA members, to the Planning and Zoning Board members, to the members who have played a role, Blue Ribbon panel members, anyone who's would like to be engaged in that conversation and provide a handful of dates in January for everybody to come and have a meeting and have a sit-down conversation. If we can get people to attend, we can get people to attend. Let's use common sense. Let's make it after 5 o'clock. You know, even if we have to and we have a lot of people, maybe we can make it on a Saturday morning. You know, so that there isn't any excuse in regards to most of the people are working during the week. They have certain obligations after work. Maybe it's an opportunity for people to gather on a Saturday morning. We can provide breakfast and we can have a conversation here. I think there's a lot of opportunities I think that we can all figure out. We may not get everybody there, but at the end of the day, people even with comments can zoom in and also they can send their comments in writing. I think you'll be surprised by how many people will attend if we provide it on a Saturday morning. Those are my 3 comments. They're pretty simple. I have nothing else to say. Thank you for your hard work on this, Madam Vice Mayor. You've done an exceptional job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you have a motion in a second?
We do.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, moving on to item E2.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make one clarification
course.
about, I want to assure the commission, I know you're aware, but just assure once again that when a representative of my office is attending a meeting such as the Board of Architects meeting, our role is just to ensure that the process is followed. And in that case, for Board of Architects, with the med bonus specifically, there's certain criteria. And if those criteria are met, then that's how the Board of Architects makes its determination. The design review is also something separate that follows, and other considerations are made during that process.
Thank you. Item E2.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of order, why don't we just finish this item with F2 so that we finish the discussion on med bonus,
Makes sense.
The resolution.
the resolution?
Yeah, I was going to suggest it as well, and then
Go ahead.
we're fresh. Want to read it in a record?
Sure. F2 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff and the Planning and Zoning Board to explore additional conceptual reviews for certain projects.
Any further conversation? Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
So, but just to clarify, so is the intent to have a joint meeting, to try to have a workshop, or just send it to P&Z and see which members, perhaps have the Board of Architects designate a member to attend as their representative?
Based upon the comments from Mr. Pardo, and based upon what I saw happening at the Planning and Zoning Board meetings, that it would be a meeting of the Planning and Zoning Board at a time that suits the city architect, and 2 of the zoning board members.
And what I would say is if we can also inform the BOA so that they can chime in.
That's the point, so they can
Yeah.
appoint.
No, I'm saying
2
to
members.
make sure that the clerk's office informs the BOA.
Right.
And I think perhaps during their weekly meeting, staff can discuss it with the board, or bring it up for them to discuss during their next weekly meeting of the Board of Architects, and that way it happens in advance of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting.
Right.
Open it to the public. Whoever would like to come in and give a conversation, have something to say, we're more than willing to listen.
So I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Going back to E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code Article 12, Ambiance Standards, Section 12-100, Lighting, and Article 16, Definitions to provide for illumination standards and definitions, providing for repeated provisions, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
How are you,
Good
Madam Director?
afternoon. Good, thank you.
Have there been any changes between first and second?
There has been, actually. I had a very quick PowerPoint, much less lengthy than the last one, I promise you. Just for a recap of what all this is trying to say, in case there's any questions by the commission. As you know, we have very limited standards for lighting in our zoning code right now. We have an ambient standards article that's very short, and the point of that was basically to be able to build that up in the future, which is what we are doing right now. A lot of the security requirements are right now in the county code that requires a certain amount of foot candles for parking lots and such. Being forward, lumens is that bright light that you see. Foot candle is how much light is being received on a certain surface. There's shielding, different kinds of shielding. As far as unshielded, it allows the light to go everywhere. Partly shielded means that it's focusing that light down, and fully shielded, of course, is more focused. There's different kinds of color, which is regulated in Kelvin. Lower Kelvins is a more yellowy color. A higher Kelvin is a more bluish white color. So what's before you today is affecting the shielding, the color temperature, the amount of lumens, and also the timing of when that light is most appropriate. So again, just to kind of reemphasize that we are limiting the amount of, suggesting that the Board of Architects review the spacing of the bulbs, make sure it's most appropriate for the existing conditions and the proposed building, of course. Limiting redundant light if there's lighting on the street as well as adjacent property, making sure that's taken into account. Limitation of 3,000 Kelvin, which is that nice sweet spot between the two yellow and the two bluish color in our single-family residential neighborhoods, as well as adjacent to those neighborhoods as well. And then also allowing higher lumens for the fully shielded and limiting the amount of lumens for unshielded. And as well as having a limitation of the timing of those exterior facades. I think we mentioned it at our last meeting, if we were able to reduce the amount of lighting on the upper floors, that architectural features that you see on the towers after midnight, that's been incorporated in here as well. I think that's it. Thank you. So yes, as far as changes goes from the last meeting, we were able to work with a resident lighting expert. She's been instrumental in all this. We've been able to calibrate those lumen limitations so it's fitting in our residential neighborhoods as far as what would be most appropriate in our city. And then some clarifications by the Planning and Zoning Board. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So it's been a minute since we've first went over this. I'm going to remind you of the story as to why I got involved on this. I had some residents who were living across from fourplexes where the parking, the light at the parking area was changed, and it was changed to a modern LED light. I addressed it with code, and code went out there and did all that they could do. They couldn't do anything more without a revision to our lighting ordinance. It hadn't been touched since, I think it was since the 70s when we were using light candles. So LED lights weren't considered, and that bluish light was disturbing the resident's sleep. I've got more than one resident that has contacted me about this. So that's the genesis of this work and why it occurred. And as I mentioned, I would like it to be the Christmas and Hanukkah present for these particular residents so that they can, so staff can take care of addressing that type of lighting that's disturbing sleep in our city. Okay? So if we have no public speakers or no other comments, I'd like to move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes, thank you very much. Moving on to item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the City of Coral Gables Code, Chapter 10, Animals, to modify bird sanctuary protections by excluding pigeons, chickens, ducks, roosters, and other domestic fowl.
There was some changes between first reading and second reading. If Gus can please go over them.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. A few minor changes. Specifically, they were in red, provided they reaffirm the city's commitment to humane and ethical treatment of all birds, especially if there's city action requiring or prioritizing non-lethal intervention and requiring that we make 3 good faith attempts to relocate any fowls or birds. Additionally, we put some language that anything done needs to be in accordance with state and federal law.
Thank you.
So, through the mayor, I just want to make a comment. Thank you for the changes. It addressed my concerns. And if you want to move it, I'll second.
I'll move it. And is there public comment?
Yes, there is.
I thought so.
First speaker is Jackson Rip Holmes.
So, as you all know, this has been a matter of great distress for me. And I appreciate people pulling together. I'm grateful to Commissioner Anderson, to Commissioner Menendez, to the city manager, to the mayor, and to Ariel Fernandez, above all, perhaps. Thank you for saving the lives of chickens and roosters. I would like to ask the city clerk to do a video which shows, now we're going forward where the city staff is directed to make 3 efforts to relocate any trapped chickens or hens or roosters rather than put them to death. And this video will show the hen whose life I saved 6 years ago, and it'll give inspiration to our city staff that it can be done. Can we file? Can we run that?
I can try to put the video, sir. If cable TV could please share my screen.
So, Andrea, look who's here. I think your rooster is saying goodbye to us here. And look at this. Isn't that incredible? She came up just as I'm leaving. Isn't that incredible? And you can hear her cooing for your daughter. Can you hear her? That's her cooing, right? I wonder if I can reach out to her here. By the way, if they want to come out and visit, would that be possible?
Sure, I don't see why not.
Yeah, you're hearing him say it. It's okay if you want to come visit.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's incredible. What a great send-off here. Oh, my God. Can't ask for more.
So these are God's animals. I also appreciate Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos admitting to me that he cares. He probably, I shouldn't embarrass him by telling him this, but I asked him if he had a dog, and he said they had a family dog, and I asked him if he cried, you know, when his family dog died, right? That's what we're talking about, and you all have come through, and I hope that the city staff will see. The guy out there was Jesse's Chicken Farm, so we know with our own eyes now that the city staff, if they try hard, the 3 tries that are now required by ordinance, we can save the lives of God's animals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
I moved it, right?
I'm sorry?
I moved it, right?
Yes, ma'am, you did, and I have a second. Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. 2-1, time certain 12:30. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you very much for agreeing to hear this. This particular item came about as me participating in a number of development meetings, pre-development meetings, and hearing about the traffic impact studies that were being performed. There was a great deal of disbelief in the numbers that were being presented in the traffic impact study. I am an engineer by training, and I also do network engineering, which means that I'm very familiar with traffic analysis. And the bottom line is that most of these traffic impact studies are done on the basis of traffic engineering specifically for the busy hour, right? The public does not necessarily understand that these studies are targeted to a 4-hour window during the weekdays. And so there's a big distrust in the traffic impact studies. What this initiative is meant to do is to add a little bit more value and clarify some of the parameters that are going into that traffic impact study so that more constructive conversations can be had pre-development. Okay? So I'm part of the Transportation Advisory Board, and we went through and we developed this template of information that we would like to see included in the summary for a traffic impact study so that the public can get more useful information and can have greater, better input into those developments. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read through the proposal, but what we're asking for, and this is very flexible, is just a basic comparison of the specific requirements of what is there today versus what will be there post-development, and then a number of traffic-oriented questions, basic traffic-oriented questions answered in a standard format across all of the traffic impact studies. I think that this will build trust with the community, and this will allow community members to have better input on those developments before they go to you.
Thank you for bringing this before us. May I ask some questions of the director? I just want to ask him a quick question. If you have
Sure.
anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah.
If you'd like, you can sit down right there, and then we can go back and forth in regards to if there's anything else you'd like to add or clarify. Mr. Director, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Hermes Diaz, Public Director.
Can I just ask you one quick question?
Sure.
Do you have a presentation you want to give, or
The one, sorry?
do you have a
No,
presentation?
not a presentation.
You just want to answer questions?
Yes. And we do have some concerns I'd like to discuss with the Commission.
One of the things I wanted to just ask you, just for clarity, the gentleman mentioned something that to me seems pretty reasonable, and that is a before and after comparison of what is being proposed and what's currently there. Whatever, again, even if it hasn't been approved by the city, because obviously this would go before, if it does get approved, it will go before the board prior to getting to commission. So there isn't anything
That is actually part of the process already.
Okay.
Any traffic impact study starts with a trip generation report. The trip generation tells you what is the expected added trips for that specific location, which is what triggers the need for a traffic study to begin with. And the traffic impact study, they take a look at the data, they collect data, and then they actually extrapolate it over the next, certain number of years to get some estimates as to the traffic it's going to be, years down the line, right? I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding about what the purpose of a traffic impact study is. The purpose of a traffic impact study is specifically to find were there any actionable improvements that can be made as a result of the development, which is why you use the peak hour. It's like when you design drainage, you don't design drainage for an afternoon shower, you design drainage for a peak storm. The same thing for traffic. You do a traffic impact study and you find out that maybe the timing of the intersection on the corner of the traffic signal needs to be modified. Maybe you need a new signal. Maybe you need an extended turning lane. Sometimes you could find that there's some improvements that could be warranted, but maybe none can be done because there's not enough real estate in the right of way to do so. So that is really what the purpose of a traffic impact study. Anything else is information that could be valuable to people, but from the perspective of something that is actionable, that's pretty much it. And a lot of the information that is being asked on this proposal, it's already available. A lot of it is already in the report. We could put it in a way that it's maybe more easily accessible. Some of the information we can ask the developer for. Some of the concerns that we do have is that some of the things that are being asked for here, they go beyond the scope of the Transportation Advisory Board. It actually encroaches into the purview of the Planning and Zoning Board, and some of the stuff that's being asked, it won't be available. So, for example, one of the things that is being asked on the table of create is the type of businesses. So, generally speaking, when you get a developer that starts at the beginning, you go through a TAB, you go through a zoning, you have commercial, you have retail, you have apartments. That's it. At that level, where you may be anywhere from a year and a half away to 3 years away from construction and entering into leases with people, there is no way that any developer is going to be able to tell us with any level of certainty exactly what kind of business is going to be there. There are other things here, like, for example, what is the demographic that the housing is intended marketed to attract? Snowbirds. A developer who walks into a new might have some ideas, but again, an apartment's an apartment. Like, we'll have an idea that could change. There's really no way to, that's not something that could be represented on a traffic impact study. That's something that we go ask the developer, what's your thoughts about what you're gonna do this? I don't think it's something that anybody can force them to. An apartment is an apartment, and a hotel is a hotel. Will there be covenants to restrict the types of businesses that can operate into a new space? Covenants are used through the planning and zoning process. And generally speaking, if a business is operating within the norms of what they're allowed under the zoning code, the only time there will be a covenant is when they come to the commission and they say, I want an extra floor, I want more FAR, and then the commission puts some restrictions where, and as a condition of whatever extra you want, we'll go make those restrictions to your operations. Outside of that, the only restriction will be whatever is currently under the zoning code. And again, it's something that it's not something that we could really handle through any kind of a traffic impact study. And they're asking about, will there be additional drainage added to the community as part of this project to reduce street flooding? Every developer is required to maintain the flooding on their sites. That's something that development service reviews. On the streets, my department reviews if there's any need for drainage improvements on the right-of-way. We've made developers do drainage improvements. At the time that this gets to the TAB, we don't have enough information to make that determination at the time. That's something that gets done through the plans review process that usually doesn't fully take place until after the project has gotten all their approvals. Those are the concerns. We're not necessarily opposed to the entirety of the thing, but there's some things that is being asked of us here that the answer is really going to be that information is not available and we cannot provide it. And that's,
It wasn't practical. And Traffic Advisory Board members came forward and spoke before the Planning and Zoning Board and pointed out some of those things. Other times it becomes relevant too is when you're talking about the traffic flow and the drop-offs and pick-ups on schools. If you're going to be making a modification to the school, perhaps we can design the drop-off and pickup area better. So I do think this is a great start in that, we can work on it together and to come with a product that will provide what's necessary for both planning and zoning and the Board of Architects to have something to work with.
And we'll be more than happy to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question for you. Since you've gone through that part of the process, would you be willing to sit with them on behalf of the commission and come back with a recommendation?
Yeah, I can. Not a
Maybe
problem.
we can schedule something at a TAB meeting.
Yeah, we can do that and have staff in there, and we can have a good comprehensive conversation.
Absolutely.
Since I'm done with the very lengthy process of the Mediterranean bonus.
Thank you.
Sir, does that work well for you and the advisory board?
Sure, of course.
Do you want to set a timeline so that there's a bookend so that this just doesn't linger on? You want to maybe see Madam Vice Mayor?
How does next Tuesday work?
I'm just saying it's a little difficult for with the Christmas holidays, but what I meant more to say was schedule a time to bring this back to commission so that we have 4 to 6 weeks to get this taken care of so that we get it to commission, like maybe the first meeting in February. That gives us enough time because I think, as you know, the week of Christmas and New Year's is people are traveling. You're not gonna get everybody there.
So I'm going to suggest that we get together in January.
Okay.
And staff circulate dates of availability. I know people have some vacations scheduled, including me. And then we can look at it with some fresh eyes. I think we're all a little tired from a very long year right now, and I've worked staff's tail off on this med bonus.
So can we do this, Madam Vice Mayor? What is the first meeting in February?
So the commission will be voting on it today, but currently it's scheduled for February 11th.
There's one, I think, January 26th.
I'm fine with February 11th.
Up to the commission.
Okay, if the commission is fine with it, can we defer this item to February 11th? That gives us enough time for you to meet with the Vice Mayor coming into January, go back to the board, everything works on, then bring it on February 11th, and we defer this item to that day?
Of course.
And we'll have a plan of action?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before moving forward, I also have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item.
No problems.
Roberta Newey.
Okay.
Ms. Nue, you're unmuted.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
We can't hear you, ma'am, but you're unmuted on our side.
Okay.
Technology.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good. Sorry about my, okay, Roberta Niwe, 1236 South Alhambra Circle, 33146. I want to commend the TAB for coming up with this. I think it's a way to really help residents and make the whole development process more amiable for everyone. However, when it gets revamped, I hope it will address the needs of all transit, not just cars. People who choose to walk or bike or people with disabilities deserve to have their needs addressed. I walk a lot, and I know that well-designed sidewalks, buildings with eyes on the street, in other words, no high walls, and entrances and exits that do not impede walking, encourage people to commute by foot whenever possible. And traffic is a mess in Miami-Dade County. We need to work with developers as much as possible to design projects with right-of-ways, and I know it depends on the development, with right-of-ways that encourage walking, biking, and the use of public transit, and also take into consideration ADA requirements. This will make life better for all of us. So please, when you rework this document, include walking, cycling, help us lessen the traffic. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for your time and have a great day and happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I think we're fine.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 2.2. Okay. F3.
F3 is a resolution of the City Commission designating the seasonal tree installed annually outside of City Hall during the month of December as the city Christmas tree and the seasonal park installed at Merritt Park, the holiday park.
I bring up this legislation. I've had a lot of feedback from the community, a lot of residents. I think it's something that I think over time has evolved, and we've had a beautiful ceremony the other day with the tree lighting, with Santa coming to visit the kids and everybody. And I've asked a lot of residents have asked, can we just name the Christmas tree, leave Holiday Park, Holiday Park? I mean, quite honestly, the way I look at it, the gentleman with the red coat and the white beard is not Holiday Man, he's Santa Claus. And a Christmas tree is a Christmas tree. Just leave Holiday Park the way it is. And I think that's perhaps a way we should go.
Happy to support it. You want to make a motion?
I'll move it and then.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Let's see if we can cover these before we go to lunch. H1.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFQ 2024-008 for assessment and design services for the City Hall restoration and renovation and negotiate a professional services agreement with R.J. Heisenbottle Architects, PA, the highest ranked responsible proposer pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Florida Statute Section 287.055 known as the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act.
I've worked with Mr. Heisenbottle on multiple projects that are historic in nature, all throughout Miami-Dade County. He's the consummate gentleman. He's one of the most respected architects when it comes to historic preservation, not only in South Florida but in this country. So I feel very comfortable with his job, and he's in our backyard. So what more can you ask for?
And so do I. I mean, he's done enough projects in the Gables here that we know what the quality of his work is, and in the interest of time and my grumbling stomach, I'm going to move it.
Okay.
I'll second. I think Mr. Heisenbottle and his team have done a phenomenal work in many different projects throughout South Florida, and this is probably one of the most important projects that we have in the city, and I feel very comfortable with his team handling it.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item.
Okay.
Mrs. Maria Cruz. Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H2.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a recommendation to waive the competitive process of the procurement code and purchase the SCBA equipment as a piggyback contract pursuant to Section 2-945 of the city's procurement code.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H3.
H3 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting a grant from the Florida Department of Transportation for on-demand transit service funding in the amount of $255,185 and authorizing the city manager to execute agreement number FM 456073-1-84-01 upon receipt and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 24-25 annual budget to recognize the funds as revenue and to appropriate such funds to put towards the cost of the program.
I entertain a motion.
This is for free. Well, this is for freebie. I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance of a second amendment to grant agreement number 23 HSC 900-154 with the State of Florida Department of State Division of Historical Resources to extend the agreement period 6 months from December 31st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 for the restoration of the historic gondola building and authorizing the city manager to execute the amendment.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. J1.
J1 is a resolution of the City Commission in accordance with Section 2-30 of the City Code entitled Regular Meeting, Special Meeting, setting forth the City Commission meeting days through December 2025.
So Mayor, these are just commission meeting dates for next year. One that might change is the September meeting, and if you look at the dates, there's a little different than what we usually do in the past, and it's because next year, September 11 is now a city holiday, so it's going to change the date of our budget hearing and also the special assessment hearing that we do associated with the budget hearings. Okay?
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving to J2.
J2 is a resolution of the City Commission making provisions for holding a general biennial election on April 8, 2025 for the election of candidates for the office of mayor and 2 city commissioners, further designating and appointing the city clerk as the official representative of the City Commission with respect to the supervision of said general biennial election, further directing the city clerk to give notice by publication of the adoption of this resolution and the provisions hereof.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, before voting on this, I wanted to just touch base on the early voting for the election. The early voting for the runoff election, if there was a runoff election, would take place on Easter weekend. Just want to make the commission aware of that.
Well, and on that point, though, one of the things that I discussed with the clerk prior to this being on the agenda was something the Department of Elections has actually been pushing for, which is a third week between the election and the runoff, so that it does not fall on Easter week. And that would require, I believe, an ordinance, or...
It requires an ordinance.
So it would be to move it from April 22nd to April 29th for the runoff.
It's up to the commission, but that would be correct, and, it would also allow our residents an additional week to turn in their absentee ballots and
Correct.
things of that nature.
So why don't can you have a conversation with our new elections department and see if, what do we need to do as a city?
We need to adopt an
I know,
ordinance.
but I'm saying, is there anything else that we need to do?
No.
Just want to clear.
We're good.
They would welcome the change.
Yes, they would definitely welcome the change.
I would welcome the change too.
So I guess I would like an ordinance prepared for the next commission meeting, moving the runoff to April 29th.
So my office can prepare that for the next commission
Okay,
meeting.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank
All right, so with that said, Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. J3.
J3 is a resolution of the City Commission granting permission for the city clerk to proceed with preparation of the municipal election order form in conjunction with Miami-Dade County Elections Department for services, materials, and support to be rendered in connection with the Coral Gables general biennial election of April 8, 2025, to procure the necessary ballots and other forms, to arrange for the use of voting machines, provide appropriate absentee ballot request policy in those instances wherein Miami-Dade County manages the distribution of absentee ballots, and canvass of returns from our designated precincts within the city of Coral Gables.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. See you after lunch.
Okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
one is that they're interviewing the mayor outside.
It's warm outside.
Sir, comments are normally turned off.
Okay, that explains it.
So we don't turn them off.
Oh my gosh. Me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item F1, time certain for 1:30. F4, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think staff has a presentation they wanted to give us on, or an update on what has been going on since our last meeting at the Biltmore. So, Zeta?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Zeta Sardinas, Asset Manager. We have had, I think what we gave out to you all was a timeline of what has occurred and what we have done. We had a recent meeting with the Biltmore to prepare for today, and they are all here. if you guys have any questions. I think what we decided to do was to give the cure period, extend the cure period for another 45 days. We are going to conduct a walkthrough of the entire property. That will give us time for them to do that, because we do need to get into certain areas of the Biltmore, like the Merrick Suite and things like that, that are usually rented out. So we're going to do that. And then once we get through to that, they are also working diligently on a proposal. And what we've tried to do is ask them to go back as if this had been done at the beginning and submit conceptuals and all of that for historic to review and for us to, and the rest of staff to review, in order to start working on the different areas where we've already identified that there have been issues. So the manager has extended the time, the cure period, for another 45 days, which will put us towards the end of January.
So the
for that.
So the 45 days, the 45-day extension, is it to give the city time to go ahead and do a walkthrough through all the Biltmore?
It's both. It's to give us time to do a more thorough walkthrough, which we were not able to complete the day that we went, because like I said, there were people in some of the designated areas within the Biltmore that are designated that we wanted to look at, and there were people in the rooms, so we couldn't do that. So we're going to do a whole walkthrough again to document things properly. So that's one thing. And then the other is for them to be able to work towards having the proposal ready, which they need more time to do because it does take time.
And is 45 days sufficient and realistic during the holidays to accomplish all of this?
Well, I think what we wanted to do, Commissioner, was to accomplish a specific amount of time. And then if they need more time, we're certainly able to work with them to provide more time. But we would like to be able to have, just to make sure that we're making diligent progress towards getting these issues resolved.
Commissioner, so excuse me, Zeta, we're working closely with the Biltmore management. We've had one meeting. We've asked them to go back and provide us some additional information so that we can go back and do a full walkthrough of the complex. As Zeta mentioned, some areas are being used right now, so we have to kind of fit it into our schedule. We have a conservator that, actually the Biltmore has hired a conservator to work with us. And this is going to be a slow progress, but as we take our time and work through it, we should get to the end result, which is making the Biltmore and continue to keep the Biltmore the landmark that it is for the city of Coral Gables. So I do want to just make a comment that I do appreciate the fact that the Biltmore staff and Mr. Prescott came in, and we've actually been able to sit down and iron out any of the little issues that may occur. So as we walk through, we can try to expedite this without, causing any delays or any miscues when it comes to fixing the items that need to be fixed, permitting the items that need to be permitted, and then the second phase would be the projects that the Biltmore intends to do in the future, working through our office here so that we can approve those and make sure that we have historical, we have the conservator, everybody's on board for the future projects. So it's past projects and future projects that we're working with the Biltmore on.
No, I guess my concern here was that I didn't want us to eat up the 45 days and obviously have a realistic timeline.
Well, I think the way that we're going to approach it is schedule the walkthrough. We're also going to schedule a design meeting with their design team and historic and us to, again, discuss the conceptuals of the different areas and start towards that and get to a point where everybody's comfortable, and then they can move forward to actually implement plans and then file the correct permits, et cetera, et cetera.
And then we can go ahead and grant another extension if necessary.
If it's required, then we would consider that at that point.
If I can chime in, the manager has agreed to a 45-day extension and has requested certain things happen during that 45-day period, which is the complete walkthrough, and then the meetings between the appropriate city staff and the Biltmore's design team, area by area, because some of these areas will take some time. So certain areas, you'll have different meetings on certain areas. And then also, and during that process, the Biltmore knows that they're working toward these drawings, these plans, and ultimately there's going to be a lot of work that goes into that. So at that point, then we can evaluate what appropriate extension may be necessary.
Thank you.
So, I know Mr. Prescott had asked to be able to address the commission as well, so I invite you to come up at this point. I'll reserve my comments after your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, the commissioners, Mr. Manager. I think that the asset manager and the city manager kind of summed it up perfectly, which was we are working together in unison to obviously go through all the various areas that need to be addressed. I appreciate the candor and the feedback that I've received from other stakeholders in the city, residents and friends alike. And so all of those things have been very useful, and I feel that the path forward that was laid out by the asset manager is the correct path forward, and we will work diligently to achieve that. Thank you very much.
I mean, look, I had concerns going into last meeting. I have more concerns following the information that there was work done in the fitness center as well that was not done with permits. There's been a fire in that location, whether it's related or not, I don't know. But I just want to make sure, the biggest concern that I get from residents is, okay, we're here now. We found these issues. We're going to work on a path towards restoring the lower lobby and addressing the other issues. What assurances can you give us as a commission this isn't going to happen again? Because, I mean, we're in a situation now where we keep peeling this onion. We continue to find other things that have taken place. Where does it end, and what assurances do we have? We have a long-term agreement with you. We need to be able to, as a city, trust that we can give you the keys to the Biltmore Hotel. It's going to be preserved. It's going to be taken care of. Is that going to require us having somebody on site full time to keep an eye on things? What is it going to take, and what assurances can you give us that this isn't going to happen again?
So through these meetings with city staff, we've had some clarification points that enabled us to know what we can and cannot do without obviously consulting with the city. That has been very useful because some of the things that we viewed as cosmetic and part of the ongoing operational aspect of the hotel, obviously because our charge is coupled with maintaining the landmark to obviously maintain it as a luxury hotel property envisioned by George Merrick. So now we have those clarification points, which has enabled us to know, okay, now we need to go back further, ask, and do those things moving forward. Some of those areas of what I would call ambiguity in the beginning are no longer an issue. There's still some that remain, and we are in the consultations with the city to get those points. But yes, obviously, me being here as the steward of the hotel or the landmark with all of you, I take it very seriously. And obviously, if I'm here to stipulate that point with you, that is the best that I can do. I would not. I mean, it's your choice, and if you want to put somebody there full time for staff, but I don't think that's necessary. I mean, I'm speaking here to this point. I've spoke to all of you individually, the city career staff, to the residents in an attempt to ensure and assuage those concerns that you just outlined.
And Commissioner, just so you know that I am going to request the staff periodically on a regular basis go to the Biltmore, talk to the staff and walk through the Biltmore and do inspections more frequently than we've done in the past. I'll take responsibility for that. We probably should have been doing that a long time ago. But moving forward, we will make sure that, and I will make sure that we have our departments go in there and inspect to make sure that they are in compliance. But I don't foresee a major issue moving forward with the Biltmore staff.
Now, there were issues we were having, there were areas where we're having issues accessing because of folks who were currently staying at the Biltmore or because it was space that was rented out. Have we been able to access those spaces yet, or is there a plan in place?
We have not gone back since the first inspection that we did that you were at. We're waiting for the information that we requested from them, and then it would be up to the Biltmore to determine what day those areas are vacant, and then we'll go in there and inspect those particular areas.
As the asset manager mentioned, it's a good problem to have that we're sold out. I'm sure you all are happy about that as well. As it gets colder in the north, more people tend to come down to Florida, which is fantastic. And so our point is to find a time that's not disruptive to the business, that's convenient, obviously, for city staff to come through, and they'll see everything. They have not been restricted in any way, shape, or form, obviously, from any area that they want to see.
I was there for something completely different, pickleball, and I walked into the first floor of the parking garage, and I was concerned to see tons of construction supplies there. Is that just staging for future construction? Is that supplies left over from other constructions? Because, I mean, there's enough there to build a second Biltmore hotel.
Well, I don't know if that's an accurate statement,
It's an
Commissioner, but
entire first floor of a parking garage.
well, no, it's one section, which I know when you were there to obviously survey that area looking at pickleball, and I think it was more a concern with parking, which I understand.
Correct, that's why I was in there.
I understand. But no, that is some of the leftover from the prior projects, including the golf building, which we obviously renovated recently. But it only is taking 10 spots currently. It's not on the other side. That's fully occupied by vehicles. So I assure you it's not enough to rebuild another Biltmore.
Okay, because I know that parking is an issue that you've had in the past. Is there any way to clear that up so that we have the additional parking spaces? Because if we're short on parking, we shouldn't be taking up the parking for something else.
Right. Some of the parking spaces, as you know, are assigned to tenants in that area. The other is, of course, our west lot, which, as the commission knows, I feel is something we should talk about in the future because we don't have sufficient parking. But those 10 spaces are not going to address the overarching problem that we have with the lack of parking.
But it will help. I mean,
Every
10
bit
parking
helps.
spaces helps. That's
True.
10 rooms that you have spaces for.
I understand.
So it's not a small quantity. It is something that will help with the overarching problem that we do have.
Respectfully, it will help, but it won't solve by
Agreed.
any means
Agreed.
the problem that we have still with parking.
Yeah.
People are still
And
parking on the
we'll be
swale.
talking about pickleball later, so that may
Yes,
those spaces may be needed for that as well.
that would be a challenge for us because, like I said, we're already short on that, but that's something for a subsequent conversation.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I just want to make sure that going forward, we're not back here again 2 years, 3 years down the road dealing with another situation like this. This is our treasure as a city. You know, you talk about Coral Gables, the building everybody thinks of is the Biltmore Hotel. And you and your family have been great stewards of that facility for years, and we appreciate the fact that you have been partners for the city. We can move past this going forward. We just need to find a path where what residents are asking for is a restoration of that lower lobby. I know that there's interest in keeping some of it. I don't think that's something that there's an appetite for right now. I think the interest that residents have expressed is in restoring the lower lobby of the Biltmore Hotel.
Mr. Mayor, may I take a little bit more time?
Yes.
So I understand. I've talked to many of those same residents that you're pointing out. And I listened to a number of the comments this morning, which was on a different subject matter, but Corelia and others that have come in and talked about the evolving, different architectural designs that come into what we view as a city beautiful and how we do that in such a manner that is consistent again with or harmonious with, the landmark itself, but it still addresses some of the shortcomings that were in different areas. I personally, and I brought the designer who actually did all of the design, who originally met with Ms. Parks and others to talk about things throughout the hotel. I don't see it the same way that you're describing, the lower lobby being the former motor level, obviously. I've consulted, with Ms. Pernis and others to find out and make sure that we have not touched areas we believe that are historic or and somehow took away from what the landmark was. I believe that Mr. Green, who was one of the gentlemen that actually did the painting in the lower lobby of some of the stencil work, I've been in discussions with him, with Burton Hirsch, with others, to ensure that we do things in a manner that are consistent with what you have mentioned. But at the same time, we, as a luxury property, need to address certain areas in such a manner that will allow businesses and other groups to continue to want to come back to us. If not, they'll go elsewhere. And one of the biggest issues or comments that we got time and time again was that lower lobby area. It was a lack of seating. It was that it looked very dated. And as a result, we thought by cosmetically addressing it, that would assuage some of those concerns and at the same time not take away. In fact, Ms. Malone can talk about her design and how it pulls together the historic courtyard, the outside green foliage of Coral Gables in such a manner that actually activated the lower lobby space. And again, she's much better than you and I are on describing that design, but that was the intent. That was the purpose. It was not to do something that would take away, would try to do something that would be unique, but at the same time, again, harmonious with what it is we're all trying to achieve. Did we get it absolutely right? It sounds like some people disagree. I know that I've talked to a number of people that are very happy with it, but again, it's all subjective. What the main point is that, to your point, moving forward, we will ensure that all stakeholders are obviously a part of this. They participate in that. But again, one of my charges is to maintain this as a luxury property. And I have to do that because I know some have talked about a living museum versus an operating property. They go hand in hand. And so if one allows us to achieve, the generation of revenue that we need to obviously put into that, I never need to come back to this body then and ask for supplemental funds because there are better purposes that I would like the city to obviously focus on. That being said, I am sensitized to and will ensure that I'm not divorced from that aspect of the landmark and what it means and how it all ties together. And that's the best promise that I can give.
So through the mayor, I'm going to see if I can try to dovetail into your concerns. And having had the opportunity to spend so much time on the Planning and Zoning Board and looking at historic properties, and if you're going to do an addition to it, that it has to be compatible. And ultimately, that's what the Historic Preservation Board looks for. If you're doing an addition to a piece of property, that it needs to be compatible. Is it possible that the colors could be updated and still be compatible? That may be possible, but that's going to be the venue of the specialist in our department to make that determination. I know that some folks are concerned, that we can't restore it, but if Notre Dame could be restored after burning down, I know that we can address the needs that we have at the Biltmore Hotel. It's just going to be a process. I mean, I've done a number of remediation cases, albeit those were dealing with disabilities. You do a Rule 45 inspection. You have this process, once you get the inspection done, of addressing how each item is going to be remediated. And I think that's what we need to be doing here. And each goalpost has to be reached so that, it doesn't languish. So I understand the 45 days, and then we move for another period of time for whether it's another 45 or whatever period of time is determined appropriate from our staff. So I'm confident that we can reach the goal that will make both the residents happy and bring you revenue. Take a look at the Marriott Custom House in Boston. It's marketed as a historic property. It attracts people because it's a historic property. It doesn't look downtrodden or dingy. I'm not saying that particular motif is appropriate in the Biltmore Hotel, but I think there's a balance there that can be struck by staff that are experts in historic preservation. Okay.
If I may just add one last point to the Vice Mayor's comments. Our designer obviously took a lot of what you see at what they did at the Breakers Hotel, which I know you've referenced in the past meeting. And so they achieve that full expression of different architectural design. If you look at the lobby area, and again, we have a little different. We have an upper lobby at the Biltmore and a lower lobby. The upper lobby has not been touched, just to assuage any concerns. But I know that Ms. Malone spoke with Ms. Parks about that in detail. And if you look at the Breakers lobby, you look at that same style that actually is there with vibrant colors, which I know they were trying to find that balance as well. We thought that we were trying to work towards that same concept. Again, that's what we tried to do in all earnest, good feeling. But again, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, we'll work in collaboration moving forward and be sure.
It is my honest suggestion that we need to follow the process and we need to leave it up to the city to go ahead and evaluate what has to be restored and what doesn't have to be restored and follow the code. And I'm pretty sure we're going to end up with a perfect conclusion and product.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to add, we spoke recently, and I just said, at this point, work with the city, do what the city's asking. I think you made an important point that, a reminder that we all want the Biltmore to be successful as an economic engine for our community. But first and foremost, let's deal with the issues at hand, the architecture, the changes that have been taking place. I think after that's done, we need to perhaps come back together and see what we as a city can help you do so that you can continue bringing in, have a full house at the Biltmore Hotel. I don't know if it's, my observation, but it looks like your clientele has changed over the years.
Sure.
I think my observation, you're drawing a younger demographic perhaps, and I know there's a lot of competition in the area to get people into the hotel. So I think as a city, we want you to succeed. So I ask that after these changes or whatever repairs or restorations need to be done, that we circle back and see how we can help you all be successful. Because if you're successful, then our city's successful.
I agree. Thank you, Commissioner.
I had a resident make a suggestion, and I wanted to really bounce it off of the commission, was the potential of creating a Biltmore Hotel Advisory Board to the commission, where we would have representatives from who participate in the Biltmore, in the Kurt Tennis Center, in the golf club, in the fitness center, somebody with historic experience. They can meet on a regular basis and give the commission suggestions on things that the city can do to improve things at the Biltmore Hotel. So it's something I wanted to bounce off the commission. Obviously, this is first I'm bringing it up. We can have this discussion maybe at another commission meeting, but I wanted to put that out there as something that we can have as a commission, which provides us a little bit of oversight, where we would have somebody on site who's reporting back on things that may be taking place that we can improve on, or that you can improve on, that can help with the facility. But it's just something I wanted to put out there.
I can promise you that I hear directly from all members of the community, as you could imagine, on the smallest things to some of the largest. So I do hear them directly. I promise you that.
Anything else from the commission? I'll be brief. First off, thank you for being here again. I think you're always putting your best foot forward in an effort to address the issues that we're facing today. I'm a believer that what's done is done. We need to move forward. I think bringing you here every single month is not going to achieve our goal. You're our partner for the next 60 plus years. Whether somebody likes it or not, we've got to work together. I've always had a very fond relationship with yourself and your father. As a matter of fact, everything that's being talked about here, we've already done. The oversight, I passed a legislation where Zeta has to go and visit every single one of our properties and sit down with our tenants. How often, Zeta? Yearly. If they want to do it quarterly, if they want to do it monthly, that's perfectly fine. It's just a lot more work. We may not be able to do it with one person. So this already exists. What I think we need to do right now is very simple. Like my colleague to the right said, we need to now work with staff, our historic preservation team, our procurement team, our public works team, the manager's office, code enforcement. We all need to sit down and review, not us, they need to sit down and review where we currently stand and move forward. I think having you here on a monthly basis is not in the best interest of the property or the city of Coral Gables. We can't go back. What's done is done. If you could, you would, right? You would get in the DeLorean and you would head back.
A DeLorean. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, back in the DeLorean. I don't know of any other time travel machines out there, but you would go back and you would not have done that renovation on the lower floor. But I also think we need to come to an understanding. We need to be honest with ourselves. And I'm looking at the historic preservation officer here, and we've had conversations about this. What's historic is historic. What's not is not. But that doesn't mean that we just go out and do whatever we want. We have to, renovate it in a certain taste with a certain design concept in mind. But I want to move forward. I don't want to beat you over the head anymore. Okay? What's done is done. It's very clear. Okay? Let's move forward. Work with staff. Work with the manager's office. Keep doing what we're doing, and let's get this addressed. It's not going to take 6 months. It's going to take a year and potentially even longer to address what needs to be addressed. I wish you could do it from 1 minute to the next, Because by the time the plan is finally delivered, you got to now bring permits, you got to get plans done, you got to do everything to do it the right way. I imagine we can expedite it through the city in one form or another, and I look forward to that. It's the manager's purview, not mine. But at the end of the day, I think we need to push forward together. I think that's the best thing for the asset, all right? So I appreciate you being here a lot, as always. You're a gentleman. You take it right on the chin. You don't shy away from the contact, and that means a lot, and we'll move on from here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to all.
Thank you.
All right. So moving on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
have members of the
We
public.
have people? Okay, perfect. I didn't know we had public comment. I
Sorry,
apologize.
sir. First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Good afternoon. Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. A resident of the City Beautiful since 1976. I'm very confused. I know some of you here have rental property, have property that you lease. The city leases property. I have never heard of somebody who's renting or leasing to make decisions on how to change the property. We're not talking cosmetic. Cosmetic is painting. Cosmetic doesn't mean changing the look of the place. I'm sorry. And when we talk about stakeholders, you know who the stakeholders are? Not you all, we all. The people, the residents of this city, the taxpayers of this city. And I find it very interesting that, what's done is done. Oh, wonderful. Can we make that a blanket statement to all the residents? Do whatever you want, and what is done is done. The city will get permitted. Don't worry about it. You can violate all the rules. It's done. No, it's not done. No. And if this is comparing it to the breakers, frankly, I don't care what the breakers looks like. This is our crown jewel. And if the arrangement that we have, if the contract we have, and I'm going to tell you, through the years, I've seen many compromises on money issues. If it's not good, let's put it out to a bid. Let's see if another company wants to do it. Come on, guys. I mean, let me tell you, I don't do well. I do not do well with threats. If this is not a good agreement, my goodness, open it. Let's see how many people, how many other companies would like to get involved. I've never heard such double talk. I cannot promise. I don't know what we can do. No. We're taking everything that's said face value. How can we take things face value when this was done under our nose? Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody saw it happening. And then you all go there, and there's some areas that you cannot look at. So you are telling me that you're believing everything that you've been told. The place has been rented forever and ever more. It hasn't been empty. That room that you wanted to see hasn't been empty one day. It's been full. I mean, people, they didn't even have time to clean. One company, one group, one couple went in that room, and the next one came in before they even changed the sheets because you couldn't go in. You go to a hotel, you cannot go in immediately. There's a period of time that they need to go in. You all could have gone in. Come on, guys. This sounds like the dog ate I didn't bring my homework because the dog ate it. I'm sorry. This is not what the residents of the city of Gables is asking you to do. This is not what frankly, whether it's historic or not, is irrelevant. The issue at hand is, why did it get to this point? And if you're ready to make a blanket statement that people can violate our zoning, our building all our codes, and then they come in, we didn't know that we had to do it, and you're going to say, okay, it's done, we'll give you the permit and move on. No, that's not the way it works. The city is what the city is because of our rules, because of our codes, because of what we have in place for everybody, not just for the little people, not just for the well-off people, not just for the people elected, not for the people that are not elected, for everyone. The rules apply for everybody. You don't believe it? Go to Planning and Zoning. Go to the Board of Architects. Go to the Board of Adjustment. It doesn't make a difference who you are. If the rule is the rule, then we have to apply the rule for everybody. I'm telling you, I am so insulted of what I came with a very objective mind. I thought we were going to hear, we're in place. No, you didn't get a commitment. Well, I cannot assure you I can do that. Well, I don't know what we will be doing. No, I have a design team that's going to tell you. I don't need a design team. We need the Biltmore to be the way it was when we handed it over. Period, the end. If I rent my house tomorrow, which I'm not planning to do, and I take pictures of how I gave it to the renters, when I come back, unless I get permission to change the green to red, they better paint it the way I left it. That's the way it is. I think we're being extremely nice. We're bending backwards. Why? We're afraid no other company will grab this? I suggest that you ask around. Put a little request someplace and say, and I bet you that somebody will come in. I'm sorry. This is very insulting. I mean, we did have an asset manager. Where were we? We had code enforcement. We had public works. Nobody saw anything. Do you really think that if we knew that we were doing something right, we would have done it in the middle of the night? Oh, that's what the gardeners do. They come and mow your lawn on holidays when code enforcement is not working. That doesn't make it right. The fact that it was done this way indicates to any normal person with a brain that they knew they shouldn't have done it. Or else they would have done it openly so everybody could see it. That's not the way it happened. I'm sorry. You all need to listen to the voice of the people, the owners of the Biltmore. And it's not the 5 of you, it's not the employees, it's the people. That building belongs to us. And no deals should be cut. No exemptions should be made because we want it the way it was. You know what refurbishing is? The furniture is a little dated. You can recover, you can get something that's similar. You're not going to change the Biltmore to look like South Beach. I'm sorry. If the people that want to come to a Biltmore expect to go to a club in South Beach, they need to go someplace else. That's not what we have here. And if we cannot attract the people, the right people to come, maybe we're not doing good PR or good promoting. Because, anytime you talk to people, they go to the Biltmore or whatever other place, there is another Biltmore, people come back and are mesmerized by how beautiful it is. It's antique. It's old. People don't go there expecting to see the disco ball rolling. This is what the people want. And I suggest that before you make any decisions, maybe it's time to get the people involved. Because you're going to be surprised how many people want all those mirrors out of there, even though some people like it. You know what? If it were my house, yeah, but it's not your house. It's the people's house, and we all have to have a say.
Perhaps I didn't understand, because I was under the impression we're going to work towards a restoration of the lower lobby. Is that not the plan? Because if the plan is to leave it as is, then that does not work for me.
No, sir. Well, what we are planning to do is meet with the design team and look at conceptuals and begin to work towards a resolution to see Number one, also Historic's been doing a lot of research about what was there, what was painted over, what wasn't, the stencils. It's a lot of detailed work. And that is what we're hoping to do, is to have an initial meeting with the design team that would have concept of what is there now, recreated for us to be able to look at and say, this, with the evaluation from Historic, this works, this doesn't work, and get to a resolution of what actually works. It's not about keeping what's there, or it's not about returning it completely to what it was. We have to make those decisions as we study the problem together. And that's the next meeting that we are going to have, is to get there. We also want to do a full walkthrough of the property and talk about this in several areas that you all know we have identified, right? We have several areas that we would like to do that as well. And that is what the Biltmore has agreed to do.
But as far as the lower lobby, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying we're going to go over their conceptual designs and try to figure out what works and what doesn't work. I think what we've heard from residents over the last month and a half is none of it works. So we need to go back to where we were. If that's not on the table, then we need to find a path forward, because our residents, who are our employers, are telling us that doesn't work. None of it works. Throw it out and bring it back to what it was supposed to be. And that's, I think, where things are getting lost in translation. And I think I heard the same thing from Mr. Prescott. Well, we'll see what works, what doesn't work. None of it works. Zero. All of it should be tossed in a truck, hauled off, and bring it back. That's what residents continue to tell us. And you can do the public records request for the emails if you'd like. I'm sure that others will. People don't like this. They don't like any of it. This was our historic Biltmore Hotel. Whether that room was historic or not really is irrelevant. It is the theme of the hotel that should have been maintained. Now we're walking into the Lowe's in the first floor. That's not what people are trying to stay at the historic Biltmore Hotel for. They're here to stay at the Biltmore Hotel that George Merrick built in 1926. That's what people want. They don't want the Biltmore Hotel that we designed in 2025, because that's not what people are looking for. So if the option on the table is let's review their design drawings based on what they currently have, I'm not okay with that.
So Commissioner, I think that's what staff is trying to say. We're talking about the word is compatibility, and has to be consistent with the historic building. That's why I used the addition to a historic building. It has to go with the same theme. You're not going to put a modern structure and connect it to a historic building. You're going to have something that thematically is the same, architecturally is the same, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be precisely the same, grade of plaster or whatever. But I think that's what Historic is going to do, and they're better equipped and better educated on this than we are to make these determinations. So I would like to let them do their work, and then they can meet with us individually.
The other, if I may, Mayor, I don't want anybody to leave with the impression that the city did not take any a strong position on this issue. We did issue a letter of default, and now I'm sure the city attorney can explain it much better than I as to the meaning of that. So it wasn't that the Biltmore received a pass on this whole issue. It's we took action that we were legally authorized to do to put them on notice, and so that we could start moving forward. All the issues that were done before that need to be corrected will be corrected. Permits have to be pulled, and then we're looking at the future involvement, including working with the historical, our preservation, and as the Vice Mayor said, they would be the ones, the experts, to say what is of the period and what would work well here. But I don't want the impression that we just said, okay, no, move forward. No, we issued that letter of default to put them on notice that the city wasn't very happy with what had occurred.
I think Director Pernis had something she wanted to say.
Good afternoon, Anna Pernis, the Preservation Officer. Just to kind of reiterate, we have some of the same concerns, but our goal is, we review modifications to historic buildings every day, and our goal is to make sure that it's appropriate. That's why our permit is called a certificate of appropriateness. So our goal was to work with the design team to come up with a plan to make something that is compatible with the historic character of the building, which is what we are here to protect, and that's what's listed in the lease, and we'll move forward that way to make sure it is.
Okay, thank you.
Honestly speaking, I think what staff is trying to say is that it's not 100% going to be restored. I think we're going to have to find that balance of whatever, let's say he didn't do all of these fixtures, and maybe he would have applied for a permit, and whatever would have gotten approved probably could stay. And then whatever has to be restored will be restored. But I really don't think our end result is going to be for it to be 100% restored. I don't know if the commission is okay with that. I am completely okay leaving it to city staff. And
No,
I
we
think-
understand that for historic buildings, there sometimes has to be changes. These buildings need to come up to modern standards. And like you said, it needs to be able to run a hotel out of this space. So we want to work with them to make sure that what's being done is appropriate and protects the historic character of the building, but again, can run as a modern hotel.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, Jackson Rip Holmes.
Thank you all very much. I think that we should put out an RFP or an RFQ and find another operator. The idea that the Biltmore, the Prescotts have the right to break the zoning code and do what they want on city property, to me, look, the rest of us then, that makes the rest of us chumps, right? I have a retail store on Miracle Mile. There are certain zoning code requirements that I have to follow. I don't have the right to say, well, I'm going to do these things. Look at all the people that have residents have been waiting too long for permits, right? They can't say, well, I'm going to go ahead and do whatever I want with my house and I'm above the law. If they think they're above the law, which they clearly think, I think we should get a different operator that wants to comply with the city zoning code. Let's find someone else.
Thank you.
Dariel Gonzalez.
Sir, good afternoon.
Howdy, all. That's a lot. So I'm a bit against that. I mean, the
Sir,
Prescotts and his
if
family.
you don't mind.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm much shorter than Mr. Holmes. The Prescotts and their family have been operators for much longer than I've been alive, so I don't think we should just rip this up just because of one little mistake. Every relationship that lasts years and years has little tuffles here and there. That being said, as I'm sure you know, I'm someone who really values Mr. Merrick's legacy. In fact, I wish we were in City Hall. Normally at events like this, I point at Mr. Merrick's painting. You should bring that in here. So, to speak about the lower lobby, I mean, the heritage of the city is deeply rooted in its Mediterranean design. I mean, Mr. Merrick's own cousin, H.G. Fink, is credited as creating that style. But that being said, the whole thing is it has to be harmonious with the current design. In 1986, when Mayor Thompson, who was here earlier, and Ellen Ucasioni were in charge of that restoration, they deliberately chose to maintain that harmony when they redid that lower lobby. That lower lobby isn't technically historic. I mean, if we see the original blueprints, that whole space was supposed to be sort of like a mall area with little independent stores and a men's locker room. That, of course, doesn't exist, but even so, under their leadership, it was restored, and it was in keeping with the historic character and the style of the interior. It was done with great care and respect to the hotel's original vision. Of course, these efforts ensure that the lobby harmonized with the rest of the Mediterranean hotel. So I think it's really important that this sort of thing doesn't set good precedent, especially now as we go towards the city's centennial, and then a year later, the hotel's centennial. It's really important that we try to restore the hotel as best as possible. Even if we can't go back to exactly what Ellen and Mayor Thompson did in 1986, we should still try to keep in mind what the city founders had in mind when they built this. What Mr. Merrick and Mr. Bowman put together should still be here in some sense. That's it. It shouldn't be political. I mean, I don't know why the press is here for this. They should have been here earlier today for the Mediterranean bonus. In my opinion, that's a far more important issue, but yet this is being politicized. There's no reason for that. This is a really important issue. It shouldn't be political. We should all really come together for this and vote unanimously on restoring the hotel. That's it. Thank you very much.
So if I may add something, I think your comments are spot on every single point that you said. I was very clear. We should no longer have these public spectacles. We should allow staff to do what they need to do. Let me remind everybody, and it's a great opportunity. We have our historic preservation officer here. I can't remember the exact date. It's probably got to be 5 or 6 years ago when we purchased the George Fink studio. That was a gem that I found through a realtor, and it was hitting the market for the first time in 50, 60 years. I brought it to then city manager, Kathy Swanson, and we were able to purchase it on behalf of the city. We had kind of a back and forth on how to restore the building and what our plans were. If you go visit that building, and our historic preservation officer, I would love to hear your input, please. This is your expertise. Just like in the museum, just like in our museum, there are areas that are restored and there are areas that are ultra contemporary. Just go to the George Fink studio. I'm not saying that I agree with the design or the feel of the lower lobby, but there comes a point that if you're going to come to the 21st century and you're going to attract people to your hotel, you've got to take certain areas, and you see it in most places like ceilings, frescoes. The furniture cannot remain the same. There's got to be an update. Paint colors change, lighting changes. There has to be small details that are upgraded. Sometimes even flooring changes because, for example, I did a beautiful historic building in downtown that actually won some awards where Heisenbottle was the actual architect on it. And we actually did a fountain together in Miami Beach. An amazing architect also. And that fountain won some awards. We weren't able to find the pieces to replace certain parts of the flooring. So the historic building, we had to replace a lot of the flooring with a similar flooring, but it was still contemporary in nature. So I go back to what I said, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Let's let staff do their job, sit down with the Biltmore, continue to explore the issues at hand, find a solution in regards to the interior design, and move forward. And come back, if it's in 5 months, 6 months, 3 months, 2 months, whenever it is, come back with an actual plan. We still don't even have staff's final findings, and we're having this meeting once again, and the media somehow, some way finds out about this. So I'm all about moving on, and if you need examples, go look at the museum. It's a prime example. Go look at George Fink Studio. I don't know. I'm not the expert. Dariel, the historic preservation officer. Outside of the Biltmore, is the Fink Studio possibly the city's most important building? In regards to that, it has all the features. The best example. Okay, so that's my intent outside of the Biltmore. So I think that you can see that in probably the best example outside of the Biltmore, you still have contemporary features that are used within the interiors of the building. Everything from doors, paint colors, furniture, baseboards, flooring material. But if you look at the exterior is flawlessly renovated historically as per, I think we spent close to $3 million possibly on that small building back then, which was, Madam Director, was that 3 years ago? 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, so 3 or 4 years ago. So we spent a lot of money to bring it back to its old glory. So that's just my opinion. I think that some of us on this commission, I think that that's the most appropriate path moving forward, not having, this type of interaction multiple times.
Mayor, if I may, something that I just remembered when the Biltmore was restored to the state where it is today, there was outrage in the community because of the exterior color of the Biltmore. They were about to come out with, pitchforks and go after the Biltmore. They thought it was horrendous. It was outrageous, that color.
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. And the city had to explain to the entire community that that was the original color of the Biltmore. People got used to 90 or 80 years worth of a pale, the traditional Coral Gables, peachy kind of color. And when they brought it to the original color, the community was outraged. So the reason I say that is because, there is a certain element of subjectivity. I think the fine line that we have to follow is the historic aspect of it, but there's going to be different views on both sides of this equation. But what I do ask the administration is once the 45 days are done, if the administration, along with the Biltmore team, can perhaps provide the community an update, a statement, just so that folks know how things are going. Because though it's not necessary to have, the item come back every meeting, but it's important to keep the community informed, because otherwise you have a little bit of a pressure cooker. And I don't think anyone wants a pressure cooker. So as long as we can keep the community updated on the findings and the path forward, I think we do a service to everybody.
Anthony Gomez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thank you for giving me your time today. My name is Anthony Gomez. I'm presently the president of the Latin Build Association. We use the Biltmore at least 4 or 5 times a month. Many of you have been in our events. Thank you for joining us, by the way. I didn't hear what everybody was hearing today. I want to congratulate you guys to giving Mr. Prescott the opportunity to clear the air. And I'm sure that with your preservation and your historical liaisons that you have here present working with the city, Mr. Prescott is going to bring back the Biltmore to its past stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to go to Zoom next. Carele Carbonell.
Carelio, can you hear me?
We're asking her to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of disappointed of what I've been hearing from not every commissioner, but there's just a lot of doublespeak, and I just don't understand why this is taking so long to make a wrong a right. We cannot compare the Biltmore Hotel with the Fink Studio nor the Coral Gables Museum. The Biltmore Hotel is a national landmark. Only 3% of historic buildings make that cut. And it was recognized as a national landmark because of its furnishings, because of the style of the period, not just the walls. This was a package deal. The lower lobby, I keep hearing, well, it's not historic. It is historic. It is part of the complex. And it was restored in the 1980s using historic documentation back to its original, or at least aligned with the original authenticity of the era. I'm glad to hear from Historic, because Historic hasn't been speaking on this subject. It's the asset manager, it's other people speaking, but there's a lot of doublespeak. And, the other, and I am going to read a short statement, there's a contradiction. There's a contradiction about, and I think we need to step back and understand that the Biltmore Hotel is unique. We cannot see it as every other building. And so we're minimizing whatever it is, again, to be with the design team to see if the design is going to be appropriate. I think that should all be, it's, again, I feel like this is really disappointing in what I hear. The latest enhancement at the hotel contradict Seaway's original intentions made at the time the company was awarded its long-term lease in 1992. These latest enhancements were done without permits and not in accordance with Section 11.3 of the City of Coral Gables lease agreement. This situation could potentially place the hotel's national landmark status in jeopardy. Let's respect respect the historical integrity of this exceptional 1920s landmark and restore it back to the past. To close with Seaway's own words, restore, and these are their words, his words, Mr. Prescott, the father's words, when he signed the lease, quote, as it belongs to the old, as though George Merrick could have planned them. End of quote. Seaway owes it to the world, to get this right. This is not a modern hotel. I suggest that it belongs to the Historic Hotels of America. I don't know why the Biltmore isn't part of that group. It should be. So, every time I hear, all today, when you're speaking on the subject, I hear design, I hear, let's meet with the design team. Again, this is, and you've heard from the residents. I am sure you have many letters. There's actually a group wanting to create a petition to get this, restored back to what it should be. So, again, I don't know how you are all going to vote, but, another 45 days, it's been now almost, it's going to be 3 months and it's still there. People are still walking in there. People are still, unhappy. And it's not the original intent of what the Biltmore should be. So please, I ask you to really understand this is a very important landmark in the city and it should be respected and it should stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Garelia.
Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, Mark Trowbridge.
Mr. Trowbridge.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today. Mark Trowbridge, our Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce, located here at 201 Alhambra Circle. I just want to echo what several of my colleagues have shared with you all during this public comment, and that is I want to commend the city leadership and staff that'll be working with Mr. Prescott and Tom Prescott and the team to continue to find a path forward. I think most of you know that for many years now, more than 20 years, we have hosted our monthly breakfast there every third Thursday of the month in beautiful Biltmore, whether it's in the Country Club Ballroom or one of the adjacent ballrooms like Granada or Alhambra. And we, our members, have always respected the Biltmore as a wonderful community partner and generous philanthropist. But we know also, of course, that this hotel is a beautiful, iconic gem of this community. And much like Coral Gables will turn 100 in April of this upcoming year, the Biltmore will have its 100th anniversary slightly after that in January of 2026. And so we continue, I think, see this beautiful building and property as a storyteller, story of our history as it was envisioned by Mr. Merrick. But it is also a great property. And just a few months ago in October, I know many of you know, and we worked very collaboratively with the city for the Communities of Excellence Award. And we were able to bring that conference here from San Diego to Coral Gables because of the Biltmore Hotel. And we're just one of many stories, as you might imagine, about how this property does a great job of collaborating with community partners like us to bring national conferences here. And so it's not just our monthly breakfast, it's opportunities to tell our story, our history. And so I just want to say thank you. Again, thank you so much for working together. And we look forward to finding a way to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Sir?
No, just to do their best to bring this back to what it should be, not what the design team wants it to be. Regarding the comment about being discussed in public, that's our duty and our responsibility to our residents, to ensure that they're aware of what's going on, to alleviate any concerns that they have. This has been an issue that has caused a lot of angst for members of our community. And the reason we're discussing this today is because last commission meeting, we decided we should bring this back once a report was submitted to us, a preliminary report, and so that Mr. Prescott could address the commission while residents were here, because last time he wasn't available when the residents were in the room, and to give him an opportunity to speak when it was at a time certain. So I trust Director Pernis, you and your team on working on this. I think we've heard from residents. It's been pretty resounding. They want a restoration, not a renovation. And those are just my 2 cents. Mr. Manager, I appreciate your leadership on this and working with the Biltmore on finding a solution. I know one of the concerns that Mr. Prescott brought up was the timeliness of getting some of the permits done, getting the approvals, and ensuring that there was somebody on staff that his team could go to get things done in a timely manner, especially things that needed to be done quickly. So I appreciate, I know that you and Doug and Zeta have been working on that to get that done. And Mr. ACM, Mr. DCM, for your efforts as well. I appreciate all the work that you've put in. I know that we put in a lot of staff time to get to where we are today. It was a lengthy report, and I know there's more to come once the new report is or the final report is completed. So thank you for that, and I look forward to bringing this issue back up as soon as we have something to report.
Yes, sir.
Would we like to move maybe to direct the city manager to expedite this issue, the situation?
I'll second it.
In what way?
In the
I
permitting
really
way, in not following the process of, if there's any permits that have been approved by legal, to maybe expedite those permits.
I don't think the problem is I don't think we're even there. I think we still haven't done the final
Right.
assessment of the hotel. That's going to take some time. I think the 45-day period, from the way I understand it, is literally just going to get us to the point where we may be ready to have a final report on the Biltmore. So I don't think we're even at a stage where approving permits is we're not even at the approval of permit stage.
So, but I'm
And
just.
I think the mayor was right on that. This is not going to be a 1 month or
Absolutely.
2 month return. I know Carelia has her concerns about, how quickly we can get this done. Let's get it done right. And if it does take, like the mayor said, a year, let's make sure that it takes its course and that staff has whatever resources they need to ensure. And if, Mr. Manager, if there's anything that we as a commission need to approve or any directive that you need from us, let us know so that we can take action and give you whatever.
So basically, what I was really trying to say is put it as a priority.
Okay.
To make
I
the
think
rest.
that's already the case for the manager, right? Mr. Manager, I think this is a priority for you already.
It is, and it has been the priority. All the historical buildings have been a priority since I've been here, especially when we started looking at the budget. So we are going to make it a priority. It is a priority, but as the Commissioner Fernandez indicated, there's still a process that they have to go through. They have to submit their plans. They have to, and we can help expedite some of that, but they have to do some work. Our preservation officer can work with them to look at what work they want to do. But again, I'll go back to, there's the past work that's been done that was unpermitted, that needs to be corrected, and we'll work on that. And then there's the future of what they're going to do with the lobby and how it's going to be done. We can do it at the same time in conjunction, but they're two separate issues that need to be worked at the same time. I don't believe it's going to be something that in 3 months from now we can report that everything's been corrected and everything's back to normal at the Biltmore. But what I can do is provide updates as to the progress of where we're at.
So I'm gonna clarify what I was saying, because when I said expedited, we do have some issues where, for health and safety reasons, you do need to expedite, such as in the sauna area. Absolutely, that needs to be expedited. I don't expect, in 45 days that we have a clear vision of exactly what needs to be done, because that is a lengthy process. It is a deliberative process, and it will require the expertise. And I don't think there's going to be any delay. I know that some folks would hope that we could get it done that quick, but the reality is this does take time. But the health and safety items, I think, need to be expedited.
Absolutely. And it's, if we rush through this, we're going to have mediocre product and results. We need to really take our time so that when it is corrected and we've done the items that need to be fixed, it lasts for another 100 years. So I don't want to rush this whole process.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I don't know about rushing anything, but the entire hotel from groundbreaking to opening night dinner was 11 months. It'll take now a year or something to get some blueprints done? What's going on? Why would it take so long? Just put that on the record.
We have a much more robust permitting process than we did back then.
And I don't think they paid overtime for workers to work and so on at night.
You forget it took 4 years to get Burger Bob's done.
Right, exactly. That's not right.
I agree.
Okay, so even our own projects, we don't expedite them when it comes to permitting. They go through the normal process as any resident or business would. So when we do get to the permitting phase, which I understand is going to take a while, maybe we could consider, Doug, expediting that to have some faster results.
Okay. Anything else? All right, moving on to item F6.
This is yours, Vice Mayor.
F6, I'm not going to make you read that into the record. It is an update. I've brought this because I wanted to share with my colleagues some of the progress that has been made on some of the legislative items that I've been working on, and I know Mr. Wiener's been working on as well, because we worked together on getting some of this stuff drafted and delivered to our state representatives for adoption. The first three items. And I'm sorry the bill number didn't get published with the on the first one. I wanted to let you know where we're at. We have a sponsored bill filed, SB 52, on addressing the public and private school bus safety requirements. A simple explanation of that particular bill is that in the 1970s, the bill, the statutes were drafted dealing with school bus safety, where you have the lights and you have the stop signs so children don't get run over, and so the police may ticket folks that try to pass those buses. Fast forward, life has changed. We have private schools, we have charter schools, we have vans that are transporting children to school, and we've had tragedies as well where a child has had a foot run over because someone didn't realize there was behind a vehicle that was transporting children. So this has been sponsored so far in the Senate by Senator Garcia and is moving forward. The second one is SB 54, and this deals with cyber stalking and various types of vicarious stalking. I've had the opportunity to represent some victims of stalking, and there were some gaps in the statutory process. The original draft of this amendment was done over a year ago, I think actually 2 years ago. I sat down with our police chief. It's gone through the state attorney's office. It was blessed, the final language blessed by them, and Senator Garcia was ready to move forward with it this particular session because it didn't make it in time for last session to get forward, and that one is SB 54. The third one that we already have a draft filed on is amendments to the prohibiting the penalizing and operating of a vessel. We're talking about boating while intoxicated. That's SB 58. There is a co-sponsor as well on the House side. That is Hillary Cassell from Dania Beach, and a senator and a representative working cohesively together to come out with a polished product. I spoke with Representative Cassell about some enhancements to that language that she was considering, and I agreed with her. She is a former prosecutor in the state system. My experience, the larger part of my experience was in the federal system, so it worked out nicely with our different backgrounds to be able to come up with a better product in the end. The fourth one, the rest of these I'm still working on, except for the last one is one that Senator Garcia has also filed a bill on as well, an amendment to develop designs for nature-based based methods for improving coastal resilience. And that has been also something supported by the county commission when they didn't want the seawalls that the federal government wanted to put in to obstruct our view line. So there are nature-based solutions that we can have with coastal resilience, which include mangroves and other plantings. And if you've not gone to the Rosenthal Center to see the wave pool, it's very, very enlightening what you can do under the water to slow down the waves during the storm surge. Fourth has to deal with the tree statute and our ability to stop fraudulent statements from being used to support the removal of healthy trees, and to also avoid people from doing stump grinding without a permit, so they're not hitting gas lines, water lines, electrical lines, which could cause a much more dangerous situation. The Florida Building Code item 5, was an item that I was able to speak to the insurance commissioner on, together with a bunch of representatives over 6 months ago. There is support for it, and Representative Mooney, I think, is going to be a potential sponsor for that. So sixth is what we've talked about before. We have no sponsor yet on the Live Local Act notice requirement. I know there's some murmurings of various amendments to the Live Local Act, and Mr. Weiner, if you have any more to add to that particular one.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I speak on the seventh one, let me know.
Yeah, so Fernando Weiner, Government Affairs Manager for the city. So the City Attorney's Office and I met recently with the bill sponsor, Senator Alexis Calatayud, and at least from her perspective as the original bill sponsor, she assured us that she does not intend to amend the bill as of this time, but obviously we have our language that we have brought forward, if that's something that we would like to add in, but from her perspective, there won't be any changes this year.
Okay, did you specifically discuss the notice piece? It's
We did.
Minor tweak. Okay. And the seventh item, it deals with expanding the definition of recovered materials. And I think there should be traction for this now, given the level of, let's say, displeasure with incinerators, that we should be able to take some of this material and at least turn it into a productive byproduct, whether it be biochar or composting material to turn it into soil for farming or potted plants. So I did get fairly good reception from folks that we do have a nice package of legislative changes for our upcoming session, and we should be able to get some of these things moving forward and past this session. Do you have some additional comments on any of them?
No, ma'am, you covered it all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes before 3 o'clock. Do you think we have enough time to do H5? You want to do it? 10 minutes?
Yes, sir, I'll run through it.
Is that enough time, or no? I don't want to.
No, 5 minutes should be plenty of time.
Okay.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution Number 2024-233 and updating the city's 2025 legislative agenda.
So these updates relate to minor additions to our policies in terms of our priorities for the city, and then also adding into our agenda the projects that we will seek appropriations funding this year. So we have a presentation for this item. Okay, so as I mentioned, this will be quick. The contents of this presentation are the policy updates themselves and then the appropriations projects. So in addition to what the Vice Mayor just covered, the other things that we will add into what we originally discussed in September are, when we discuss insurance rates right now, what we were seeking was to find ways to lower insurance rates and find out programs that assist homeowners and homeowners with homeowner and property insurance flood rate reductions, but we should also look to help business owners as well when it comes to commercial properties, minor tweak to that. And then the second is Senator Garcia is making efforts to find low interest or zero interest loans for condo owners when they're trying to negotiate these special assessments that are being because of the 2024 bill that was passed. So very minor additions, but like I said, as term of policy, those are the changes. Okay, so now jumping to the main portion of this, the appropriations projects. So before we dive into exactly what the projects are, the considerations that we made as a city, and this is with all of our department heads, with individual directors and our lobbying team, in addition with individual discussions I had with commissioners, the things that we considered when choosing these projects are the following. One, necessity of the project, whether it's something that the city needs to accomplish now in 2025, and how construction ready that project will be. The Florida legislature wants to see projects that the city has skin in the game in, which means not only that we'll have matching funds, but something that we have designed on our own or designed with other funds, and then once we come and seek funds from the city or from the state, we have them ready to go by July of 2025 when we would receive that funding. The second is a change this year to appropriations forms. There's a final page on the forms this year that asks why these projects are in the best interest of the state of Florida. And there may be a way to sell that certain projects, if they're just contained to the city and only affect the city, have a greater impact. But the best way for us to sell that they have an impact that affects the entire state is to sell that they have an impact beyond our own city. So at least a project that affects the county, if not statewide. The next thing, as I mentioned, is every single project that we apply for funding for this year, the state wants to see at a minimum of 50% matching funds. It doesn't have to come locally, meaning it doesn't have to be funding just from the city itself. We could have funding from another entity, whether that's the federal government or some kind of grant. It just has to be that we're not asking for more than 50% of the project. Additional considerations are the new House and Senate leadership want to be as fiscally conservative as possible. The House Speaker himself has said that he changed the name of the committee that used to be called the Appropriations Committee to the Budget Committee, and he made a point to say that this is not just a semantic change, that this has to do with the fact that he wants to be much more conservative with how he gives out grants and monies to the individual cities and make sure that he's spending taxpayers' funds responsibly. And then the last thing are fast projects. Last year, the governor vetoed almost $1 billion worth of appropriations projects, $950 million to be exact. So looking to what types of projects the governor was willing to approve really guided the kinds of projects that we're going to seek funding for. The project at the bottom is cut off there, but obviously in the following slides I'll tell you what it is. So the first one here is a inflow and infiltration rehabilitation project for the Granada Basin sanitary sewer. That is, I'll get into it in a second, so I'll just cover them. So the second one is an ADA improvement in the Central Business District, and the third is a road safety improvement in Transportation Zone 5, which is just south of US 1 and runs adjacent to US 1. So this is the first project, the Granada Basin Sewer I&I Rehabilitation. The Granada Basin is just a name that we'll use to familiarize everyone with. This is the City 3 sewer basin. If you look at the picture with the very busy picture here, the darker green lines are the gravity sewer in that central area around the Granada Golf Course and the surrounding neighborhoods, and that is where the project will be focused. So this is a pretty large area when it comes to sanitary sewer, about 97,000 linear feet of gravity sewer pipe, and it is a very old clay pipe. It's about 70 years old, which is at the end, if not beyond the end of its functional lifetime. So what the project will do is rehabilitate about 20% of that basin's piping. And for any engineers that are interested as to what the methods will be, one of the methods will be slip lining, which is inserting a new pipe into the already set pipe to have a more modern and newer version inside there, if not just spot repairs and then some minor pipe replacements where needed. So the purpose of this is that we are seeing groundwater and stormwater seep in to the city sanitary sewer, which is causing more water to flow into the county's water treatment facilities, overloading the county's water treatment facilities, increasing their operating costs, and in turn handing us that cost. So it's costing the city money, it's costing the county money. This is work that we need to do now, and it's going to save both of us money. So absolutely an impact beyond just the city. The second project that we have are the ADA improvements in the Central Business District. Economic development puts this very nicely, that this is the functional and symbolic center of the city. We want to promote a much more inclusive, not only just residential, business, and visitor demographic, but be able to have that for our businesses, for our public spaces. So what this project will aim to do is construct 27 accessible parking spaces and 329 accessible curb ramps. And as I mentioned, the purpose of this will be to provide safe and equitable access to our public spaces for both residents and visitors, promote an inclusive business community, and obviously to comply with federal ADA standards. The last project that we'll submit funding for is the improvement for road safety in Zone 5. That purple zone right there is Zone 5. Like I said, it is adjacent to US 1 and is both commercial and residential. The issue here is we all know what Miami driving behaviors are like. People are speeding down US 1. They're frustrated. They're getting jammed up at all hours of the day. So what are they doing? They're finding ways to bypass that traffic and cut through our neighborhoods. So we need to make sure that we deter that type of behavior as much as we can. So the work here will be to construct a bunch of speed tables, permanent speed tables, concrete speed tables, install some feedback signs, and then make some intersection improvements, whether that is painting or putting up signage. And then, and the purpose of this will be not just to have safer roads in that specific neighborhood, but to make it clear that Coral Gables is making an effort citywide to make our neighborhoods safer, the streets not just that are run by the city, but by the county and the state. The Vice Mayor has made a significant effort to work with FDOT through the commission to ask for speed reductions in state-owned roads. And as was discussed earlier with boating, we want to approach this holistically where our waterways and our streetways are secure and as safe as possible for all kinds of users, whether they're drivers, they're bicyclists, or they're pedestrians. Those are the three projects, and these are the values that we're asking for funding. $500,000, and these are 50% matching funds, as I mentioned earlier. We're asking for $500,000 for the I&I project near the Granada Basin, $310,000 for the ADA improvements in the Central Business District, and then $375,000 in Zone 5 for road safety improvements. That's a total of $1.185 million. It's significantly less than we've asked for in the past, but it puts us in a better position and to receive the funding. We're asking for things, as I mentioned earlier, that are necessary for the city and make a lot of sense in that this is the type of Florida legislator that will approve these fundings and get money to the city this year.
Right, and well, I just want to dovetail into the conversation we had about Zone 5. Some of the areas that you're targeting to put in the speed tables are streets that already have sewer pipes in the ground, so we're not going to be doing it twice.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing I was going to recommend, when we talk about the Central Business District being the central and focal point for the city, I would say for surrounding neighborhoods as well. There is no other downtown close to here. You had to go to downtown Miami to go to the restaurants and stuff. So we should also include other neighborhoods if we're going with that messaging. I think everything you propose here goes in line with what we heard at Florida League of Cities this past week. The message that they were sending was, if you get one project approved this year, consider yourself extremely lucky. They do not see a lot of municipal projects being approved this year, sort of like last year. Most of the folks that I spoke to up there didn't have any of their projects approved last year either. They were all vetoed by the governor at the end. So I think this goes in line. They said smaller financial numbers and smaller projects that have a bigger impact for the community. So good work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think we need to move it.
I'm sorry?
I think we need to move it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. All right, we have a time certain item for 3 p.m. Agenda item 2-2 and F1.
So Mayor, I can read F1 since it's a resolution of the City Commission or proposed resolution of the City Commission. So F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to expedite installation of temporary pickleball courts and the development of potential designs for the addition of dedicated pickleball courts at the William H. Curdyke Biltmore Tennis Center. And the related item is 2.2, which is a resolution that came from the Parks Advisory Board.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Director, how are you?
Good afternoon. So we, in the city, as the Community Recreation Department, we were presented a proposal to look at the installation of dedicated permanent pickleball courts at Biltmore Tennis Center. So it was a request, a two-pronged request. It was looking at the feasibility of putting it there, and at the same time, also having a temporary installation of 6 pickleball courts using the 2 northwest courts on Biltmore Tennis Center. So this proposal was discussed at length with our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, which is why they're related items. And the discussion was that that site is a very good site because there is a lot of infrastructure that you already have. You have the ability for, obviously, restrooms. It's accessible. There's a staff, infrastructure. You might need more staff with the increased activity and maintenance that would be needed with those courts, but at least you have the infrastructure there. The one concern that was discussed is the feasibility of whether those courts can fit in there. There would need to be a designer and a study and a planning to see how those courts would fit in there because there's an access road that's there. Parking, if you're adding 8 courts, could be up to 32 people playing at once, and if they're leaving and they're coming in, parking is something that has to be looked at. There was discussions at the Parks and Rec Advisory Board level of, how does the historic portion fall into it? Because even though the courts aren't historic, it's the whole property historic. Just things that the board felt should be discussed, and to have a planning study done prior to converting those 2 courts to the 6 permanent. So to the 6 temporary pickleball courts. That was the discussion. The board's motion that was passed was to, yes, move forward with the planning study, see if it's even feasible to do it, and if it is, once it becomes established that it can be done, and you start the process, then you can look at that temporary fix. So that's where we are.
Okay, so like the rest of my colleagues, we've all been visited by individuals who are wanting to see some immediate solution, and then a well thought out and planned design for dedicated pickleball courts. So today, I'm not saying where the dedicated pickleball courts need to be. I do think there is ample space. One of the areas that I looked at with Mighty Haley was, areas where we had invasive pine trees that could be removed and need to be removed. There are other options out there. So I think that's an issue that needs to be dealt with by somebody studying it and designing it and then bringing it back to the Parks and Recreation Board and going through the normal process. But in the meantime, we can repurpose, make it dual use on the tennis courts. 2 of the courts, just adding some paint like we did at the basketball courts, and allow have that flexible use there. I mean, all the tennis courts aren't filled up all the time, so at least then, if you have 2 of them available for flexible use, we can start to satisfy the needs for playtime, because there are a lot of people playing at the youth center. We opened up the Sunday hours. There was times when there's hardly any basketball players there. There are times when there's more basketball players there. So we're looking for something more consistent, and then we can go through the process of planning. So the resolution that I've proposed, and it's been co-sponsored by 2 of my colleagues here, is a 2-part process. One is having the temporary use section, and then do the study and come back to us with a comprehensive plan to have dedicated pickleball courts at that facility. And we'll talk about the parking and how do you get there at that time. We need a comprehensive discussion about parking issues at the Biltmore, but I don't think we're prepared to do that today. So
just for clarification, because the proposal that they looked at was to have those 6 courts, taking those 2 tennis courts and creating them as pickleball courts, not as blended, not having combination of tennis and pickleball. Because if you make them blended where they do both, I have to look at how that works with the fixed nets. The nets are fixed in post. We would have to look at how we do portable type nets for tennis as well. But whatever direction we're given, we're definitely moving expedite.
So if I may, Madam Vice Mayor, this is what I think is, in my opinion, after sitting with Maite and sitting with yourself, by the way, thank you for your hard work on this, along with Maite. You know, Maite's been a huge advocate on behalf of the pickleball community. She deserves all the credit that she gets because she's always out there fighting for this community. So if anybody deserves a credit, it's Maite for what hopefully we're accomplishing today. Oh, I apologize. What I said was if anybody deserves a credit, it's Maite for all the work that she's done on behalf of this. There isn't a Friday afternoon at my office hours that Maite doesn't show up, and she's a sweetheart.
Always with a smile, though, too.
Always with a smile. And I will tell you, yourself, Mr. Director, we had a long conversation with Maite at my office, and we really sat down and kind of ironed out the plan that the Vice Mayor is talking about. So I want to congratulate the Vice Mayor also for her hard work on the issue. And I walked the site with Maite, and to me, I think this is probably the site that makes the most sense due to the simple fact that the other site that I talked about just requires a lot of work, the county approval, and that kind of things. It would be a perfect site, but you know what? At the end of the day, let's get something done. I think it's a two-step approach, as the Vice Mayor was saying. Today, we approve the pickleball courts. I think the pickleball courts should be pickleball courts. Leave them as the way they are. And if I may, while I appreciate the round of applause, we could be here for days. And we've had a long meeting, but thank you for that. Let's save it for Maite at the end. So what I was saying was let's make sure we have the dedicated pickleball courts. We have $500,000. What I want to see is the $500,000 be used for the following, okay? Let's retrofit the existing courts. It shouldn't cost that much. It should cost significantly cheaper than what we talked about. And then let's engage through the manager's office and procurement in your office, hiring an architect, hiring a team that is required. You know, any consultants, engineers, pavement reviewers, whatever we need to do to get the ball rolling. We have a year, less than a year, you have 9 months till the next budget season, let's say. We could have the plant, we could have the pickleball courts installed, people using them in the community. We could have the plans, the architect hired, possibly in the next 2 months. It takes about 2 months to go through procurement, advertise, select. Make that selection like we did today in regards to City Hall. And then potentially 3 months, I don't think it should be more than 3 months to have the plans done. I mean, I think it's a pretty simple project. It's not anything massive, unless they may require some drainage. I'm not sure if drainage is required. You know, that may be an outlier. That may cause the cost to go up. And then have something that we can bid and be ready for budget season. So we can come to budget season and say, we need $1 million. We need $750,000, whatever the number is going to be, to build something that addresses the need in the community, and we can really take a step forward. The budget season, we address it at that moment, and we can just roll in to selecting, to go into the procurement process with our great procurement director and her team to find a contractor or multiple contractors, depending on the disciplines that are required. We may break it up. We may do civil. We may do just the courts, whatever may be required, and possibly be in construction before the end of 2025. That's the goal. We have the money in place right now to pay for the architect, to pay for the retrofitting of the existing courts, to address what the Vice Mayor said, which is the Australian pines that need to be removed. Those are all things that I think could be budgeted within that $500,000 and be ready to start the procurement process in hiring an architect immediately. Okay? That's my opinion. That's where I stand. Pretty simple. It's been a long time coming. I don't know if you want to add anything else to that, Vice Mayor, that maybe I forgot.
I think it's well stated. Commissioner Fernandez, unless you have something to add, I'd like to move
I do,
it.
actually. I agree with the mayor. I think these have to be dedicated pickleball courts. I don't think it should be a blended court. We continue to have that problem. And pickleball continues to be in high demand. My son, the one thing I hear from him all the time is, why don't you take me to play pickleball? And it's just because, you know, we don't have the ability to do so. We don't have the place to go. So this is a temporary solution. I would not be happy with waiting a year to get this project done. Do we have any current contracts with architects that are already working with your department on other projects, on a pre-approved list that we can tap into to get to work on a potential design?
Oh, Celeste is coming up. She can answer.
Okay.
Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. Yes, we have a current contractor pool with architects who are already certified and in our pool ready for work. So they can be used for the initial design or whatever needs that you have without us having to go out for competition because the pool already exists.
What's the turnaround time on that?
Meaning the turnaround?
If we were to tell you, let's start working on this, how quickly can we get them?
They're already in the pool.
Okay, all right, so
They're
we
ready.
can get to work right away on that.
Yes.
Because I walked the site a couple times with Maite and with an architect, and realistically, we do believe that you can place 8 pickleball courts there. And the only thing that would have to be moved, Fred, is the access road to the other side of that little hill that we have there for a short period of time. I know that the pines are an issue. However, that is the only protection that we currently have for the golf balls. So those pines, although invasive, they're protective because they do protect whoever's going to be playing pickleball, whoever's playing tennis from the balls. And while we were there was one that hit one of those pines while we were standing there measuring the site. So I think based on the measurements we took that day, it is possible to do it without even touching the pines. Maybe there's one pine that would have to come down. But I think it's totally feasible to have 8 pickleball courts, a real pickleball facility there. The one concern that was brought up by the tennis operator was finding a way to buffer the noise between the pickleball side and the tennis side. So that's, you know, I guess the architect can figure out a solution there, but I'm sure that if we put some foliage there should be ways to buffer that a bit.
Yeah, I think there was some discussion as when maybe look at the design of concentrating whatever's newly constructed to be all pickleball and then revert the converted ones back to tennis. So then there'd be a divide.
Correct.
And a split. And maybe you can buffer it with vegetation or whatever you can for noise buffering as best as you can.
There is some vegetation that I've already had some discussions about that might be able to come in and address the immediate issue of the removal of pines. And you can have a 2-layered approach, something that grows tall and something that stays bushy and allow a native plant too that will address that need. So it'll provide the necessary square footage to have that north-south court. The only reason why I said a blended court was to address the tug-of-war that always exists between tennis and pickleball. We're not going to take away the courts. They're going to be given back once the permanent courts are installed. And we have plenty of space there. We do.
If I want to just add something, because I want to manage expectations, and I think it's important to tell the residents the truth. I have multiple contracts, like what they stated. I have 2 contracts with the school board, CM at risk, and a job order contract where I'm pre-qualified. Also, I have them with other different entities throughout the state of Florida that I build for them. So just because you have that contract and you go out to design and you design it, you still got to get funding, and you can't procure funding until the next budget cycle. So construction will not start unless you can reallocate funds from another project or from another pool of money and then refill that. So yeah, you can start the planning, you can start the design maybe 2 months early, but you're still going to have to wait for funding unless, you know, the project, which I think is going to be probably about $1 million, you can find $1 million in the budget. So just want to manage expectations that worst case scenario is you have to wait till next budget cycle. You present the pricing because you go out to market. Once you've got those plans, you can get several pricing from different contractors or different specialty contractors throughout Miami-Dade County, and then you can get that into the next budget cycle, which should happen rather quickly, as long as you see there's a lot of support on the commission. So with just managing expectations. I want to make sure you're aware.
If I may, Mayor, first off, without the involvement of all of you, we wouldn't be here. So great job on your community effort. Your voices are being heard. I think it's a great enhancement for that entire area. I mean, we were talking about the Biltmore Hotel earlier. I think it's also a draw for people that frequent the Biltmore Hotel to have variety. I think more people play pickleball in terms of without having years of experience in tennis. So I think it's something that reaches all brackets, all socioeconomic groups. So I think it's a great enhancement. You know, and I think at the very least what you're hearing is there's going to be an effort by the city to fast track it as much as possible. I don't think we're going to take the foot off the accelerator. There might be hiccups along the way, but I think moving it forward. I'm going to ask the administration, I think we, at the mid-budget cycle, sometimes the finance department budget comes back to us with some excess dollars here and there that weren't anticipated. If we have some excess dollars that come in, even if it's 50,000, 100,000, it's something maybe the commission can then look at and move towards this effort. But I mean, I think you hear pretty much here, we're on board, and thanks to the efforts of collective between you and the city, I think you're going to get what you always wanted.
So, as we're moving towards the conversion of those 2 courts to 6 courts, and we want to expedite it, I would make a request to maybe consider a motion to do a bid waiver for that portion, because sometimes you have to work on not only the price, but the scheduling. And if I call 3 companies and none of it, the one that can get to me quicker, so if we want to expedite this, I think a bid waiver would be very helpful.
That's right.
I think Celeste would be okay with
I'll
that.
move-
as
I'll
long
make
as
the
we get it
motion.
to you guys.
I'll make the motion.
Thank
So
you.
done.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Wait,
Madam Vice
all
Mayor.
in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Is that the motion on the
a bid waiver.
I think it was a bid waiver.
I moved the resolution earlier.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we also have the bid waiver.
We need a second, folks.
So can we get a little bit of clarification, because the resolution as drafted says that the city manager shall expedite the temporary repurposing of up to 2 existing tennis courts for shared use for tennis and pickleball with the funds in the current capital improvements project budget. So is it going to be shared or dedicated for the repurposing?
Dedicated.
Okay, then we do dedicated. I was just trying to balance things so we don't get tarred and feathered, guys.
And I think excuse me, Madam Vice Mayor, I think what the director was saying is that it really should be dedicated, because if it was dual use, it'd be difficult to change the netting and it would require more staff, so it would have to be
It's tough
dedicated.
for both. Tennis, even
Friendly-
tennis would have a tough time with the blended as well.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
We're ready.
We have
We have first and several seconds.
Well, I mean, you're about to get what you want. Does everybody need to speak or no? You're good. Would you like to, Mike? Would you like to come up? Come on up. Can we? May I make a request? Because we have a pretty long item after this. Do you mind if Maite speaks on behalf of everyone? We're about to vote in favor of.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think probably Lily wants to get up here and talk, and that'll be it. But what I wanted to say, guys, we have been fighting, and my mantra for the last 6 months has been 8 dedicated, lit, centralized pickleball courts now. And we're about to get 6, which is great, and a study to see how we fit the 8, and this is really important to me, make the tennis community whole. So they have 10 courts right now. We're going to take over 2 for a few months. Hopefully it's only a few months. But, well, like the mayor said, we have to manage expectations because of budgeting issues, project delays, et cetera. But it's happening, okay? This is it. This is happening. They're all on board. We have budget money right now to get those lines painted. So I'm hoping that January 28th is my birthday. That would be a great day.
Can we start scheduling the ribbon cutting?
I'm sorry?
Can we start scheduling the ribbon cutting?
Yeah,
that's up
a
to
lot of
Fred.
pressure on Fred right there. But here's what I wanted to say, a couple of things really quickly. One is, Fred, you said the northwest corner. I thought we had talked about the northeast.
You know what? I don't know my directions. You're right.
Northeast. Okay, I wanted to clear that up. We cleared up. It is temporary use because we hope to be able to give those very courts back, but it is not flexible. So at the time that pickleball lines are painted on it, on these 2 tennis courts, they will be solely for the use of pickleball, and that's what the resolution in front of us says. And yeah, as soon as Mr. Prescott moves his building materials from the parking garage, we'll have plenty of parking. I had hoped to have today the students from Gables High. They're starting a pickleball club. They're out here practicing with us, and they had hoped to come, but one of the moms doesn't allow them to ride the trolley. I don't understand, but anyway. But, you know, we've got the kids interested, and Fred knows, and we've talked about programming for them, because this is really exciting that our youth, our teenagers, as well as our young kids are involved. So thank you so much for this.
Just for a point of clarification, the bid waiver is for the resurfacing and restriping portion of this project.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll incorporate that into the resolution.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. It's been a couple years in the making here, and thank you all for the support and really bringing this forward. Dedicated pickleball courts is needed here in Coral Gables. In fact, just to give you, I know that you've heard a lot about the need of the community, but one of the things just to keep in mind, and this could happen pretty quickly, Major League Pickleball was in Miami in the fairgrounds this past, it was in November. I went up to Peachtree and I introduced the fairgrounds to Major League Pickleball. The footprint for that is 6 courts to bring Major League Pickleball pros here. It was hugely successful, 9 events during the year. You had some of your staff here playing in the minor league portion, the amateur part of that tournament. But what I'm trying to say is that there is, with 6 courts and that footprint, there is so much opportunity to make this a world-class facility also for pickleball. You had the #1 player staying at the Biltmore. It would have been wonderful to have some pickleball there so they can train. You had the High Five staying there. So it's, you know, you've got all the right ingredients, and making these dedicated pickleball courts will be wonderful community, but also Coral Gables can immediately get into the national scene with pickleball. And so thank you for that. And also, I am so ecstatic because I asked 2 years ago, I asked Maite Halley 2 years ago if she would consider being a USA Pickleball ambassador. She said no 2 years ago, and 2 years later, through her work, she has accepted, and I will be sponsoring her to be the USA Pickleball ambassador for Coral Gables. So you'll have an ambassador, and she's an ambassador no matter what. She's just going to be representing the governing organization for our sport. So again, thank you. I appreciate your support, and we look forward to playing some pickleball there.
By the way, I have a suggestion. My microphone's not working. We have the Junior Orange Bowl golf tournament, Junior Orange Bowl tennis. Might as well have Junior Orange Bowl pickleball at the Biltmore.
We're there.
Very good. Thank you for letting me speak. Tom Wells, 1310 Corway, Coral Gables. I will be very brief on this Love Fest for pickleball. I just want to note a couple of things. On the oral history, the 100th anniversary Coral Gables website, fantastic website. I note that Commissioner Menendez stated about how important parks and sports are in Coral Gables because it brings kids to play with other kids and their parents together. He stated the soul of our community is the opportunities we provide to our residents to come together. That's what pickleball is. It's a community sport. Second thing is I want to bring out about this whole drama between tennis players and pickleball players. There's no fight. One of the players who regularly plays with us is Elena. Elena won the Salvador's tennis team, got second in the nation 2 weeks ago in the Amateur Club National Tennis Championship. She plays tennis. She also plays pickleball. I grew up playing tennis and won one of the Carrollton tennis tournaments. Like most tennis players, we play both sports right now. Now, in tennis, you need to bring a player to the court and you need to reserve a court. In pickleball, you just show up, put a paddle in, like you know, in the rack, and you play with anybody who plays. It's a much smaller court. There's a lot more banter. I played with Billy before. He might say there's too much banter for me. But putting that aside, you know, this is great for Coral Gables. It allows grandparents to play with grandchildren, and that can't happen in tennis. It allows parents to play with children, and I thank you for supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion, a second.
We do, sir. Just to make sure we're incorporating the change of the bid waiver into the.
Correct, and it's going to be the dedicated pickleball courts instead of the
Yes.
blended.
Okay.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we'll hear the last item. I think we have one item left on the agenda. We have one. Just want to make sure. Can you just make sure? 'Cause I know that we're back and forth on a few different items.
Yes, H6. Just the one item. H6, that's the only thing.
We'll come
Recording
back.
stopped.
Give me probably about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back at 3:40, and we'll take H6.
Yo te digo a ti que
Only us staff here.
we're ready, sir.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome back. We have one item left on the commission agenda for today. It's item H6.
Good afternoon, Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager for Infrastructure and Operations. I'd like to give you an update on some of the activities going on at City Hall. So, Billy, if we can go ahead and key up the presentation.
I know it's. Paulson, can you just click open?
Do we have any hold music?
Thank you. Billy. All right, so I'm going to cover 4 key items today. The installation of the shoring necessary for the structural repairs for the rebuilding certification. I'm going to talk a little bit about the structural repairs, talk a little bit about the mock-up window, and then a schedule, very preliminary, I'll emphasize, very preliminary schedule that I've developed that incorporates different elements. So what you have here, first of all, is the overall shoring map showing the 4 locations that require shoring for the structural repairs. So the purple is the current area where we have 2 radial beams that are shored up, and these are connected to a perimeter beam that requires some type of repair that as of yet needs to be finalized. That shoring, and we'll see that in the presentation, is already currently in place. The green is column 49. That's the column that directly affects the commission chambers, and it goes all the way up to the roof line. And then the yellow one is column 24, which is a column that affects the first floor conference room, goes all the way up to the roof line, and it directly affects the second and the third floors as well. So currently, we've already installed the first two shoring frames have been installed at the first floor, the second floor, at the city manager's office and the CIP offices. The column 49, the commission chambers, that shoring plan was already approved. Installation is underway as we speak. The shoring will extend from the first floor all the way up to the roof level. And then column 24, which is the first floor conference room, those shoring plans are in design right now. So what I'm going to show you later in the presentation is very preliminary. Shoring will extend from the first floor to the roof level and will require, based on the preliminary design, some penetration through the walls and windows using needle beams to support the shoring inside and outside. This is a picture. The picture on the left is the picture showing the city manager's office with a wall that was removed, that needed to be removed in order to be able to install the shoring. The photo on the right is the companion for the beam, for the radial beam, which is in the CIP office complex. This is just very quick. This is from the approved shoring plans. This is the shoring design that was instituted for this particular, these two radial beams. Next is the commission chambers, which includes installing shoring at what will be eventually the city attorney's office on the first floor. If you notice in the left photo, you'll see 4 holes that were drilled. Based on ground penetrating radar that was done, we determined that there were some voids underneath the concrete slab. In order to make sure that when the shoring was installed, it would not crack the slab, we went ahead and that was all grouted to be able to seal those voids. And then the orange markings that you see are where the installation for the shoring tower is going to go. The photo on the right is the column 49. It's part of column 49. And as you can see in the photograph, you'll see a crack that goes from basically from the segment of the column all the way down to almost the next segment of that particular column. It's a pretty substantial crack. This is the shoring design that was approved with one minor modification. The good news on this one is that it didn't require any penetration into the walls. The shoring systems are connected together, but because we have the balcony available to us, we can do that. It also requires some of the shoring to be installed in the current fountain that sits outside of the commission chamber on the first floor. We've already coordinated closely with our historic preservation officer as well as the conservator to make sure that everything is done according to the requirements to protect that historic asset. This is finally column 24. This is the very preliminary proposal. We're still going through the design right now on this one, but this shoring is extensive. It's for column 24, which comes all the way from the first floor conference room all the way up to the roof line, and it would require some penetration and removal of the windows in order to install the needle beams. It would also have shoring on the first floor, second floor, which is some of the commission offices and reception area, and then the third floor as well. This is a very preliminary sketch. It's not the final design. We're still working through that. And you can see, you see shoring on the inside of each of the floors, as well as the shoring on the outside, and then the needle beams coming across each of the floors. Right now, the repairs for the first floor for the city manager and the city CIP offices, the perimeter beam that goes that's connected to the two radial beams, that has a lot of spalls on it. It's going to require some removal of roof tiles in order to be able to look exactly at where the areas of repair are needed. So those repair plans are forthcoming. We're going to have to do a little further exploration. Then we have column 49, which is the commission chambers, and those repair plans will be prepared after further exploratory assessment. So right now, we're just installing the shoring for column 49, which is the one that goes to the commission chambers. We're going to be looking at that. Now, what we did find was through investigations that the column, which in the original plans showed it to be reinforced concrete columns, are actually stone segments and they're not reinforced. We first checked with ground penetrating radar, and then we actually drilled into those columns just to make sure. So those are stone segments. So that will also dictate the method of repair that will be done for those columns. And then finally, column 24, like I said, those repair plans will be prepared after further exploratory assessment. We're still right now working on the design for the shoring. The mock-up window. So the mock-up window presentation is scheduled to go before the Historic Preservation Board on the December 19th meeting. Preliminary package has already been sent to the HPB. The mock-up window is located at the Development Services first floor adjacent to the elevator. And I have a photograph here of the mock-up window, as you can see. It's a very heavy window. Obviously, it's hurricane rated. It's over 500 pounds. So that's the mock-up window that we presented to the Historic Preservation Board as an informational item. And then it will come to we'll be bringing it to the commission in January for a recommendation for approval. This is a very preliminary schedule that I worked out. So the thought process here was try to look at all the elements that we've got going on and seeing how the timeline would take us not through just the repair phase, but also through the assessment, design, and then the construction phase for the ultimate restoration of City Hall. So in the schedule, there are a few elements. Right now, the shoring installation is still ongoing. Then after that, we're going to have additional exploration and the repairs, and then the final implementation of plans. That takes us. Those repairs would take us somewhere through the beginning of 2026, based on the speed that we have to go very carefully through this exploration before the actual repairs are done. In the meantime, we're very fortunate that you all approved today the Heisenbottle contract. So that we're going to proceed with that. We're anticipating going to a notice to proceed probably in sometime in early March or mid-March of 2025. The initial phase, the assessment phase, the full assessment, and that's the assessment for the entire building. We anticipate in having discussions with the structural engineer that should take approximately about 9 months. After that, then we would go ahead and go into design and permitting, approximately another 15 months. Again, this is a very preliminary schedule. There's probably some efficiencies that can be gained, but I just wanted to provide a timeline. Then we would go ahead and into procurement for the construction and the CEI, which would be the inspection company, the inspection firm that would be inspecting the overall construction of the rehabilitation of City Hall. And then finally, estimated about 30 months for construction, which puts us to complete the project sometime in the fall of 2029. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to address any questions you may have.
Could you leave the schedule on?
Pardon me?
Could you leave the schedule? Actually, I'll look for it in my iPad.
I can go back. For the schedule you want?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The schedule, I've got a zoomed-in picture, if you want to use that. City Clerk, Mr. Ukiyo.
The photo you sent me?
Yeah, the most recent.
Yes.
So I was wondering, I'm trying to go back to like, when is the actual construction phase going to start?
Okay, if cable TV could put up my screen.
This will be a little larger to see. I zoomed in on it. Does that work a little better?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
So there you go. So the construction, we anticipate, if everything falls into place, we have the funding, move forward, construction would start in the summer of 2027, and we're anticipating about 30 months for construction. So sometime in the fall of 2029 is when
So, Mr. Gomez, Mr. ACM, what you're telling us today, I just want to put on the record to make sure that I understand this. You're telling us that from this moment on, not this moment on, excuse me, it's more. We're almost talking about 2 years and 9 months before we break ground on the renovation, correct?
Yes, sir.
From this moment on.
So
sir.
what is it that's...
And Mayor, let me clarify, like I said at the very beginning of my presentation, this is a very preliminary schedule.
And like I'm gonna tell you right now, out of respect for you, this is what I do for a living every day. I write schedules all day.
Yes, sir.
And if I wanted to get into real detail with you, I'd ask for your critical path. I'd ask you for schedule values.
We're not there yet, sir.
But I'm not gonna do that to you because I don't wanna be that type of person. But to me personally, to wait 2 years and 9 months to be out of the building, and that's something we're gonna talk about later, is a lot of time. It's a lot of time to be out of a building for 2 years and 9 months before you can break ground.
Okay, but it's also talking about, can we put it, I'm so sorry. It's also talking about repairs.
Okay.
So this is where I'm
Okay,
I'm
so let me-
questioning myself, what is going to be happening?
Let me clarify, there's two paths here. So one of them is the path of doing critical repairs for the purposes of to recertify the building. That's separate and apart from the full design assessment for the total restoration of the building. Now, some of those, obviously, the repairs that we're doing will be incorporated as part of the final construction. So, again, once the assessment is done, those things will be accounted for in terms of that. Mayor, to answer your question, the assessment and the design alone is going to take almost 2 years, 23 months. And again, very preliminary.
Let me answer her question for her because you're not answering the question. So if you look at the schedule,
yes, sir.
The schedule where it says shoring installation, additional exploration repairs are 180 days. That ends on February of 26.
Right.
You're not going to have anything done to the building till basically a year and 5-6 months. The building's going to be left without doing anything while you do the design, the permitting, construction, CIE procurement, the construction company that has to be chosen. So for a year and potentially a year and a half, if the schedule runs tight and you don't miss a date, you're not doing, that building is just basically sitting empty and in preparation for the construction to commence, because you're doing all the design documents, you're doing anything else that has to be done in regards to procurement. You know, you may have some long lead items, which we usually order at the beginning of construction, so it doesn't even need to be done this early. You know, switch gear, cooling towers, a lot of things that need to be done, but those are things that we can do at any time in the beginning of construction and get them by the end, especially a project of this magnitude.
Absolutely, Mayor.
So I understand what you're telling me here. This is a very, very, very cautious schedule, number one, very cautious. I apologize, sorry. I apologize. I run these schedules through my scheduling subcontractor, which is the guy who taught me scheduling at FIU, and he's the best. When you show a schedule with 10 values like this, it just, I know it's very preliminary, but it really doesn't paint the picture appropriately. This building's gonna be vacant for a year and a half as per your schedule, just by your schedule. And I think that, you know, in construction, we don't make marks every single time. There's a delay, there's an issue.
Of course.
You know, there's some, the architect takes a little
correct.
longer, the contractor takes a little longer, procurement takes a little longer, weather delays, weather issues. So to me, I don't feel comfortable with the schedule. I think that it's very, 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 you know, it's to be conservative, and I'm pretty conservative. I'm very conservative fiscally, but to me, this is so conservative that it puts you out beyond 29. It puts you into probably 2030. Because you know that you're not going to hit the schedule September 2029. Right or wrong? Can we say that or no?
Again, this is by your own admission, this is a conservative schedule to begin with. So, again, very preliminary. I just wanted to give a timeline. Obviously, this is not a construction schedule by any stretch of the imagination yet, because we're not there yet. I mean, we have to have the design plans, and at that point, we can look at efficiencies. One of the things we can look at is doing different packages. You start doing the structural work first before you start doing other components, and you can probably.
But if I may, because since I don't meet with a manager, and I'm not going to meet with you alone without the manager, again, it's just the way that things are done. This is the first time I see any of this documents here. Okay? And I think that I can speak as a person who knows most about construction, maybe outside of you, on this dais, that to me, this is not the schedule that I want to showcase to the residents and say that the building's not going to open to 2030. That's a problem for me, personally. And I think people would say, well, you're going to have a building close to 2030. Trust me, by the way, I know that we're going to have to vacate that building when it's under heavy construction. When you end up doing to the second and to the first floor, what you did to the third floor, you're gonna have no choice. You gotta empty. You gotta empty the building out. And I understand that. You can't be in a building like that. You can't. There's not operable. But to me, this schedule, when you have a gap in between exploratory work, repairs, and design of a year and a half, the building's sitting vacant there.
Well,
So,
and if I just may, we sat down with the structural engineer to kind of get his thoughts on this. And one of the key points was in the assessment phase for the actual restoration of the building. In order to facilitate that assessment, because that's going to be heavy intensive, you have to be taking down roof tiles, all kinds of stuff, material testing and all that. It would be beneficial to have the building vacant at that point in order to be able to effectively do the work. Because if not, you're going to have to start moving people around. It's very intrusive. It's difficult work.
I've worked in sites like that. I've seen them. I've dealt with them both in healthcare facilities that are ACA certified, that we're moving people around. They're working next to somebody who's on a ventilator, and we have to use negative air pressure. It happens every single day. I work in hospitals every single day. But when you're telling me you're touching roof tiles, that's nothing new. I mean, roof tiles is stuff that we do every day. You're talking about penetrations. You're talking about issues.
Absolutely.
I get it. But if it's done appropriately, it can be done. I'm not talking about when you're demolishing the building. I'm talking about when you're doing simple work as exploratory work and repairs. You corner off areas and you get it done. It's nothing new. It happens every single day. We've done it throughout South Florida. And to me, I just think the schedule is just, it sends the wrong message in regards to having this building closed for almost 6 years.
So for me, it's extremely important, the environmental safety. But while I'm looking at the schedule, I think we should separate this in phases. And in phases based on, is it safe to be there or is it a time to vacate? I'm seeing right now that there's repairs going to happen in June. But from now to June, maybe we could be there if there's no environmental concerns. And is that a possibility?
Part of the challenge, Commissioner Castro, is particularly with column 24, which is the column that is from the conference room all the way up to the roof line. That affects that shoring system. And again, we're still working through the design. That shoring system has to be placed inside and outside, which means that a couple of the offices in the commission area will be affected, will not be usable, because you're going to have a shoring system in there, similar to the photograph I showed you of the city manager and the CIP offices. You can't be working next to a shoring system. It's just not safe. Again, we can certainly look at it, but, and again, Mayor, I want to apologize. First, let me apologize. I just wanted to provide a schedule that.
But let me ask you a question, though,
Yes, sir.
because I want to ask a question. I have the utmost respect for you. This is a conversation we have on the construction job site every single day. You made a statement right now saying that it's not safe to work next to shoring. I work next to shoring every single day. You know, I have in my
You're in the construction business.
But in my job sites,
Yes, sir.
we follow.
Of course.
We follow OSHA. We follow ACA. We follow all the requirements. We in the school board, at the universities, at the U.S. Post Office, in the federal buildings that I work at. I mean, it doesn't get any more strenuous than that. It is so strenuous that you have inspectors both at the federal and at the state and at the local level coming to visit our job sites on a daily basis. Not in regards to an inspection, in regards to just safety.
Absolutely.
So my point is that working next to a scaffolding or shoring or pin shoring, or it's a common occurrence that happens every single day. Now if you're horse playing around that and you toss somebody into it or you start hanging things from it, you're running the risk that you could jeopardize the integrity of the shoring.
I would never recommend that anybody sit in a desk next to a shoring system. It's just something the person can, for whatever reasons, fall. It's just not that you can work around a shoring, Mayor. There's all kinds of ways of doing it. You're in the construction business, you know well. However, if you have a shoring system that's inside someone's office, it's not safe for that person to be habitating that office when the shoring system is there and work is being performed on a structural system. It's not in the best interest of that. It's just not.
So-
And I,
So,
as a
through the
registered
mayor.
professional engineer, I
Listen,
would
again,
never
that's,
recommend
that's
that.
your opinion. I respect it, but we've encased the shoring before for long-term shoring before it gets addressed. We've encased long-term shoring, and we've been able to come back and forrarlo with drywall, and we've been able to use those offices in an effort to save money for the client. When the client says, "I don't want to go out there and rent offices. I don't want to spend money. I have a very tight budget. You know, what can we do?" And we've done analysis in regards to encasing that shoring.
You can certainly encase
We've
it.
done it.
Absolutely.
We've encased that shoring with simple
Absolutely.
plywood. We've followed engineering protocol. It hasn't hurt anybody. There's no issues with contaminants. You use negative air pressure. You scrub the air the first 2 or 3 days, and it's completely clean of any particulate. It's actually hospital grade clean. So I understand what you're saying, but I've been there and I've done this, and it's possible, and it offers you an immense amount of flexibility. I have no issue having shoring in my office. Zero. That's just me. And I feel completely safe.
So-
Having shoring in a corner, on a corner where you have it encapsulated and you have it perfectly fine, it's not an issue. And then if it gives us the flexibility as a city to be able to save money, to not have to rent me an office somewhere, I'm perfectly fine. I'll stay there without an issue. What were you saying, Vice Mayor?
So I just want to, I'm going to dovetail what you said, and then I'm going to get to some of the questions that I have. And regarding the shoring, and I touched upon this a little bit before in our prior meetings, it's common. We had it in the 600 block Coral Way. We had residents there. They had a swimming pool that had to be emptied. They had a structural issue, and we had, put a red tag on it until the shoring was done. But once the shoring was in the parking garage, it was safe and habitable. You had the same thing down at 19 West Flagler Building. That is the courthouse for our district, the 11th Judicial Circuit of Florida for Miami-Dade County. That shoring was in that basement for years, okay? And the building was occupied and safe. Went down to Bascom Palmer Eye Center, same thing. The parking garage. The shoring was visible. They had it visqueened off just for aesthetics purposes, but you had cars driving in there. Same thing at Baptist Hospital. So I was up to the third floor today, and we have areas that are drywalled off to prevent, dust, et cetera, from coming down to the other floors where the work is being done, where assessments are being done, and it's feasible and doable. But really my questions, and we have an appointment scheduled tomorrow afternoon so that I can inform myself a little better with Mr. Douglas Wood, has to do with the phasing of the project. At what point do we have to have shoring for column number 24? Because if we're just doing exploratory and all we're doing is taking off the lath and the plaster, and I have a secondary picture of that so my other colleagues know what I'm looking at, those are superficial things. It's like just taking off your clothes and then underneath you get to see what's there, so you can do the assessment without affecting the structure at all. I've had 5 in my family, 5 buildings of the same vintage as City Hall. I'm very familiar with what lath is, and if you could bring up that picture, my colleagues can see what I'm talking about. The one I sent you this morning?
Oh, yes.
That one. See, a picture's worth 1,000 words on what lath is.
If cable TV could please share my screen.
It was a different plastering method that was used in the 1920s versus 1950s. We go from strips of wood to chicken wire, eventually get to sheetrock and drywall. And I'm sure the mayor could speak about this in much greater precision than I could. But having all these things, you can cut out sections of plasterboard and look underneath. And if we have the picture.
Yes. It's up.
It's almost up.
You guys can share my screen?
There you go. If we can zoom in on that, you can see the lateral slats. You see the plaster underneath. And you can see that you can examine what's underneath there to do assessments. This is up on our 3rd floor today. Okay? can examine what's there and make some assessments of the area. Unless you're cutting a beam and doing a repair on a beam, it's not necessary to have the shoring poles in there if you're not doing that assessment yet, because that is not a structural system, the lath. It holds up the decorative plaster.
Correct.
And it was a different method that was done back then.
Correct.
So in a meeting tomorrow, I need to, address the timing. At what point are we going to be doing the type of repairs that are necessary to have the shoring on the west side of the building, to go through the windows? Okay, is it really necessary before our centennial? Or can we do the assessment without ripping out the windows?
We can certainly discuss that with Mr. Wood tomorrow, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
And let me ask you another question, just 2 points, because I was here when that got done. The roof is brand new.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we need to be very careful.
Absolutely.
Very careful.
Absolutely.
You're talking about removing tiles. That entire roof system is brand new.
That would all be taken into account during the assessment. Right.
You avoid a warranty. You avoid a warranty
Mayor.
if you penetrate that roof.
Absolutely.
And no matter what is it that you're looking at. And number two, I'm not going to talk about it here because I don't need to give lessons to you, because you know this better than anybody. Okay, could give me lessons. Okay, there are many other shoring options. We just got to ask Mr. Wood. Mr. Wood, what less intrusive shoring options do you have? Ask the question. Put it in writing through the manager. You know he's going to respond to you. I could tell you what the less intrusive options are, but I don't need to do that here. Okay? There are many, many options. We do not need to close this building for 2 reasons. Number one, the centennial in 2025. Number two, we don't need to spend $1 million in rent when there are many other options. And I'm going to leave you with an option that I would like to hear and know, not today, because I don't think it's worth talking about it today here. It's an option that Zeta knows very well about. I have the emails here that ask for public records requests, okay? We have a preliminary design from Nati Soto that was done. The west side of the parking garage, which is built, the intent of that area was to move the city attorney, city manager, commission, and the city clerk into that area, build it out. It's going to cost $500,000, $600,000, just my rough estimate. Build it out, move everybody in there, empty the building out, and then go ahead and do everything that needs to be done. I don't believe that we should spend $51 a foot or $50 a foot. And by the way, I get this information from people who tell me, not the manager didn't tell me. I hear from other people. I hear from hearsay from directors, from managers, from employees who come and talk to me about this issue, because I can't get it from the manager. But the issue is this, putting it on the record today. Spending $1 million on rent over 5 years, to me, is a travesty, when all you need to do is spend 6 months and renovate that empty space that we own as a city. And when we're done with it, after you've renovated the building, what you do is you rent it out, or you expand to police, fire, IT, finance, procurement, historical, whoever needs it. But to go out there and spend $1 million in this market and rent, and we won't even have people in this building. The best thing to do is have people in this building, have everybody together. If you need to address finance, the manager can go upstairs and address finance. If you need to address police, they can come downstairs and address you. At the end of the day, it's the best thing. We don't have to go out there right now and go to the market, which is very expensive here in the city of Coral Gables. We can save that money, and we can do what's right, and we can invest that money in the city. And once we're done with that site, guess what we do? We rent it out, or we use it for another department that needs it. But you already have a preliminary layout here for those departments. It was already done. It's here. That's something that we should explore before we go out to the open market and spend good money. Right now, we should be very careful how we spend the money.
If I may, Mayor. Number one, the priority here and what's driving our entire process is the engineering. If engineering says that we have to vacate a particular area, we're going to vacate the particular area. We've actually looked at that same drawing that you have that was done in 2022. We have a more current version of how we would do the same area. Keeping in mind that that area was initially established for finance and accounting. We have the passport office, I believe, is part of that section there that would have to relocate. But what I'm trying to say is engineering will drive what we do. The personal health of our employees will drive what we do. We will try to find office space here, like we've done, anywhere where we won't have to spend money in rent. So that is our plan. Our plan is not to, well, we're going to go out and spend, but we have to look at all options. Because if we wait too long, then it's not going to be whatever the amount of money it is, it's going to be more. We just can't wait. We have to have options on the table and let the engineering drive which way we go.
If I may, okay, you're wrong. The engineering should not be driving this project. What should be driving this project is getting everybody out of City Hall in a manner that is conducive and saves the city the most money and is productive. And that is by using this site and getting it done. That's what makes the most sense. Financially, you're investing in yourself. You're not investing in a building outside of the city's control. The idea that engineering is driving has to do with construction. That's a no-brainer. Obviously, you have to deal with the engineering responses. But I would not move out of this building. This building is completely and utterly safe to be in. We've all said it. Douglas Wood has said it. Peter Iglesias said it. You're saying it right now. It's a completely safe building to be in. Especially,
excuse me, I don't think that's what he's saying.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Just I'm asking you to please, at a minimum, I know you don't want to speak with me, but at a minimum, just show me a little bit of respect on the dais.
You haven't showed him any respect.
A little bit. So what I was saying was, and I'm addressing the ACM, the point is that you can save money. You don't have to politicize this and be hard-headed and get your way. This is an opportunity, because at the end of the day, I'm just showing facts out there. I know I don't have the votes. The point is that I want to put on the record that to save money, to do what's right by the city, if you're talking about this project taking already to 2030, then why not engage Nati Soto, do the drawings, finish in the next 6 months. It's a simple build-out, and you can push everybody out, like what Commissioner Castro says. By June, July, get everybody out of City Hall, finish the build-out, you're done. You own that asset. You're not spending money in some building that's adjacent to us, and you have everybody together, and then you can start working on City Hall, and you're going to start addressing all the issues that you have to. That building is completely and utterly safe to be used. There's no need.
Had you given us the opportunity to speak, maybe you would have seen that maybe you're not alone on some of that discussion. But just making the assumption is your biggest error always. You just assume things. So I've been quiet on this issue. I was listening to everything you've been saying. I think there's a lot of contradictions of what's coming from my right, because it's going to take longer, but it shouldn't take as long. It's wrong to show that it's going to take this long, but you're showing it's going to take too short. Hard to understand what this person's saying right now. The reality is we have work that needs to be done immediately. And from what I saw and what you presented, there's immediate work, there's an immediate assessment that is intrusive, then there's repairs that have to be done. And that's something that's going to take the next year and 2 months, basically, minimum, on your conservative estimate. So there is work that's going to be done. The concern is about the year and a half that follows that. I think we're way beyond that. That's for the next commission to make a decision on in following April. Right now, the decision that we need to make is really none. The ball's in your court. You're in charge. This is your project. You're managing the project, and you will tell us if it's safe or not. We heard from both Doug Wood and Peter Iglesias that it is not safe right now. And if not, you can go back and listen to it. Your last question to Peter Iglesias said, I would adhere to whatever Doug Wood is. Why? Because Peter wasn't going to put his license on the line for you, just to get you to say what you wanted him to say. Right now, there's shoring work that has to be done. Until that is done, Doug Wood has said it is not safe. And from the timeline you gave me, that is not complete at this point. So today, the shoring work has not been completed.
If I may,
I am not done.
No, I have to respond.
I'm not done.
I have to respond.
It is my time. I'm not done. I am not done. Now,
Right
as
on the
far as the
dais.
design for the building next door, it's a conversation the manager and I had. It's also a conversation I had with the clerk. The clerk was the first one to show me that space next door. And I had spoken to the manager about the potential of building out that space in order to have the commission offices next door. Now, what you don't realize is the plans that you have also include the passport office and the finance office, which are next door, which are currently being used. Mr. Clerk, the passport office is going to be used through?
If everything goes perfect, we should be out of there by March 1st.
Okay. And then HR has already moved there, so they're currently operating out of there. and that has been built
I
out.
think that might be a different space. HR might be a little bit further.
Okay, so the design, and I guess, Zeta, you may know, the design the mayor is talking about for that build-out, was that including Passport and the retail space next door, or did that also include the HR office?
If I can see the, what you're talking
Which one you want? Oh.
Commissioner,
the
there
mayor-
was
the
also
mayor's is the one who has it.
Commissioner, there was also a mention of offering that space to the tax collector.
We talked about him including services at the Passport office. That's what I talked to him about.
I have it here.
Yeah, here you go, Zeta. This is a public record.
And
that
at
I
the
got.
end of the day, if we need it first, we need it first. That'll be secondary.
So can I respond to
I'm not
Wait,
done.
but you
I'm
can't- you can't-
asking questions.
But you can't have the entire.
You do that all the time.
I run the meeting.
You do that all the time. But I have the ability to speak,
Ariel,
and if I have the
but let
time,
me respond to you. You're wrong.
Vince, you're wrong.
I don't get.
I have a question regarding the actual build out because you showed a plan and you refused to give a copy to us to see. You just held on to it, so I've asked a question.
How did I get that plan?
You asked for a public records request, and
When? This morning, right?
This morning, yes.
Because I don't get anything from the manager. The manager won't show me anything.
So what is it?
Okay. Good afternoon. So we have to take into consideration several things of what is in the parking garage first. Okay, what is in the parking garage? The HR office, well, first parking, then HR, then parking enforcement, and then the amount of space that Passport is occupying, and then what is left. What is left is 2,900 square feet, which is what hasn't been built out. If you add then the amount of space in the office in that Passport has, I don't even think that's 2,000 square feet. So once Passport leaves, you have a certain amount of space left. We are talking about housing.
Thank you.
If you take the commission, the commission's aides, the manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the city clerk's office, that is 33 people. You cannot squeeze 33 people into that space. We are now have the finance department partly on the 5th floor of this building, and part of it is down the street 2 blocks away in private space that we're paying for, that has finance personnel there. Depending on the amount of time, that is something that is working on a temporary basis. But think about running that department, which also includes 20-something people over years separated, and the challenges with that. So I think my personal opinion that I've discussed with the manager, this is also an operational issue that we have to think about. I'm not proposing that, that is your decision, whether you want to go to private space or not. We've looked into private space that is close to this building. Why? Because it would make it operationally better for everyone to be close to here. And what I'm trying to also explain is when we're going to go into something like a contract with a building, we have to take time into consideration and pricing. It's, yes, the mayor is correct. $50 a square foot, $51 a square foot is what everybody is charging. There are savings involved that we have identified with being out of City Hall and moving the finance team together. And we're trying to work on that proposal and bring something back if the manager chooses that is what he wants to recommend for you to consider. We haven't gotten there yet by any means. We're still looking at space. We're still looking at that. But I would tell you, we need much more square footage than what we have available within the city confines.
And then the design that was shown to you, how many office spaces? Because obviously that was 4 years ago. What was So what was the footprint of that? Was that just Passport and the retail space?
And includes parking. It includes the parking enforcement as well.
Which is already using that space.
Mhm. Yes.
So from that design, we don't have that space available right now.
It also, when I looked at this, and I've only looked at it, you know, there's basically just there's a city manager, for example, has one office, and there's no offices for anybody else in the city manager's office. There's like cubicles in the middle. There's attorney offices here, and then commission offices, but everybody is not here.
If I may.
Because I've looked at other floor plans, so that's...
May I?
Okay.
Okay, first off, that's a preliminary space plan. This is very preliminary, okay? Let me just explain this to you, okay? This is a very preliminary space plan. You also have to build out the gray shell you have there. You gotta build that out. That's why I keep telling you.
The shell's 2,900 square feet.
Yeah, no, but you gotta build it. You need it. That's part of
Correct.
everything you have coming. So the plan is, you build it out until you have the space in March, and then you take all the spaces together. It's not gonna be perfect. No one's gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be a Sunday stroll. we're gonna be packed at the end of the day. But you're gonna have office spaces that you don't have to go out to the public, to the private sector, and rent out at an exorbitant amount of money, especially now in Coral Gables. Okay, so that's number one. In regards to the issue of the shoring in the windows, you know, you can use a compression collar with a steel plate, and that gets rid of all the columns, and all you have is the penetration in the roof. At the end of the day, you know that's allowed, and that is used and standard. It was used in the courthouse in downtown. That's number one. Number two, Commissioner Fernandez made a statement that Peter Iglesias here, Mr. Clerk, I know it's very difficult, but if you could, maybe not for today, but get it for everybody in the commission, that the manager and Douglas Wood said that this building is not safe. It's not safe. That's not the case. What they said was very clearly, if the shoring, which is an overkill, and you know it's an overkill on the first floor, if the shoring is completed, that the building is completely safe to inhabit. It's not an issue. So you can skin it any way you want, but I want to be very careful when you're talking about people who are not in the room and what they said. Because I was there, and so was everybody in the room, and they said that it's a safe building to inhabit. To say that it's not safe, again, is a derelict of our duty, and in my opinion, I can't do that to Douglas Wood or to the city manager. That to me is not respectful. And like you said, as a licensed engineer, you were in the room also.
Mr. Wood, what Mr. Wood said.
Thank you very much.
And in his communication to us was that until the shoring was not installed for column 49, that the city commission chambers needed to be vacated.
So we can play the game. We can play the game. And
I'm just telling.
Hold on a minute. Is the rest of the building, except for the city commission chambers, safe?
It is structurally safe to occupy, even as proffered by our building official, Manny Lopez.
That is where you, Commissioner Fernandez, have to be a little bit more thoughtful when you make comments about people that are in the room, because no one is inhabiting that room. I'm not saying to go back into that room. I don't want to be here at all. I don't. But at the end of the day, if we have to be here, we have to be here. But the entire building is safe to inhabit. It's safe to inhabit, and we can enjoy the building. We can enjoy the building for Centennial. We don't have to get offices. And in my opinion, if you want to move forward and demolish and strip the building. It's fine with me. I mean, again, at the end of the day, we'll find offices outside the city, and we'll have to pay rent on them. We'll spend money. But I don't think that's fiscally in the best interest of the city, in my opinion.
I want to make, if I may, comment. In terms of having elected officials in one place and administration in the other, City of Miami's been doing that for years. They have the Pan Am building in Coconut Grove. You have city commission meetings. The clerk is there, the commission, their aides, but you have the city attorney, risk management, pretty much building in downtown and their MRC. So separating isn't the best, but it's nothing new. The other thing I want to ask Mr. Gomez is, isn't there, I'm sure it's discussed, but for those folks like me that aren't engineers or are not in the construction business, once the building is shored up, there's going to be exploratory work to find out if there are other structural issues throughout the building.
The shoring will allow the contractor, at the direction of the structural engineer of record, to do the necessary exploratory work to determine the extent of the repairs that are needed for each of those particular columns or the perimeter beam, for example. Once that's identified, then the repair plans are drawn up. They go through our building department for approval, and then after that. And that's all part of the this is all for the recertification.
And I think we had a conversation, and again, the way columns are built today have steel reinforcement. This building's 100 years old. Those columns, and I figure other parts of the building, with the new technology and new construction advancements, they're built differently. So I think you were mentioning that those columns don't have steel reinforcement. And also, once they do exploratory work, they may or they may not discover other issues. But until they go in, they don't really know.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So, through the mayor, if I can just follow up, depends on what's being explored. And yes, there's rebar in a lot of the columns. There's one column, just like in Vizcaya, that didn't have reinforcement as a precaution. The shoring's being put in place. You have a cracked piece of stone on there that can be, in the meantime, put in a protective sleeve, so to speak. I'm just not going to use construction terms, but a descriptive term, so that we can proceed. The reason I have a meeting with Douglas Wood tomorrow is to probe specifically the issues of what kind of exploration needs to be done. On my way out from my pre-agenda yesterday, the issue of needing to rent space was brought up. It's not my habit to make rush decisions on things, so I want to have some more information. I want to be able to sit down with Douglas Wood and determine, when you're talking about exploration, are we talking about taking off the exterior plaster to see below? Or are we penetrating beams? And that's a critical issue as to whether or not you need to put the shoring in. Because if you're only taking off the exterior plaster to be able to look below that lath, to look below the plaster, just like you did on the third floor, that's not going to necessarily need the shoring in place. However, when you go to repair the beam, you're absolutely going to need the shoring in place, just like you do when you have a crutch on a leg.
The attorney's office is there. So 7 and 6, Oliver is there, so that's 14. And you and your aides.
So what, probably like
So
24?
5 plus 4, 9.
And the 2 security guards.
And the 2 security guards.
Okay.
So
And consider the fact that the city manager's office is temporary somewhere else.
No, but who's there right now? Because the other people that are out are already out. So how many do we need to find a place for during those 66 days of shoring, if it's even going to affect where they are at the moment?
So
because I don't think the mayor's office is being affected.
I'd like to clarify one point, because the commissioner brought up a point about people being separated in another city. What I meant about separation was strictly with respect to the finance department, because we have the finance department split into 2 different buildings.
And by the way, the reason why I mentioned it is for those folks that are watching or listening. If we do end up splitting some departments or different departments, I just wanted to make a point that it's not rare for certain city governments to have that. In our situation, it'll be temporary, but for other city governments, it's been a permanent situation. I was just bringing it for the awareness of those watching.
So, yeah, and so the point I was trying to make was the department director and being able to have the people together in order to be able to properly manage the department. Whether the city commission is in one place, the city manager's office is in another building, the city attorney's office and the city clerk is in another building, that's definitely something doable. But what we computed was that there were 33 people if you take the city manager's office, the city commission, the city clerk, and the city attorney. That's 33 people. And then you have, I think, 20-something that are finance people.
Okay, so my idea is, if it's going to take 66
26 are in the finance
Okay, so
department.
if it's going to take 66 days for the shoring, it's going to be done on January 31st. It's not going to affect the mayor's office. Let him just stay there if it's his prerogative. Now, I know it's going to affect my office because as the diagram he was showing, it goes straight through my window.
Yes.
So I would be okay. I could find a place to have my meetings for 66 days. And then on June whatever, when all that's about to start, then relocate to wherever you guys want us to relocate to.
Commissioner, may I add something to your statement?
Mhm.
Why don't you, at the request of the manager, ask the engineer on record to produce an optional opportunity, like a compression collar with a plate. It's nothing new, not reinventing the wheel. It's been used everywhere else. These are things that if you're in the business, you understand. If you're in the business, you understand it. So, and you have years of experience. Sit down and say, hey, how can we not affect the commissioners for these moments? Because once we're done with that, then there's no work to be done for a while. So, I'm more than willing to be flexible, but I think it's an opportunity to really, really save some money that we can apply to something else in the city that could be more beneficial.
Like for 66 days, I could have my meetings somewhere for 66 days. And then when that real period of that it's going to be intrusive or it's going to have environmental concerns, I understand we all need to move out. But during this first 6 months, there's nothing, and then it's January 31st, and it overlaps like in holidays as well, which I don't think all of us are really here a lot.
May I ask a question? What about your staff?
Well, let's figure it out.
So
Here's the thing, and again, to be clear, all of these are options that we're discussing with staff. I have not made a decision which way we're going to go. We haven't found that right solution yet. What I will tell you that will drive me, contrary to what the mayor says, is the engineering in the sense of what other work they have to do, what other issues that might cause the employees. My only concern is for the safety of the officers and try to save the city money. That's why we moved here. If we can find office space that we can take from the police department and move everybody over here, that would be our option. If we could.
Yeah. Safety is my number one concern as well. Beyond anything else.
It's premature to say where we're going to go, but we have to start talking and thinking and having options, because God forbid they come in and say, you guys need to be out tomorrow, then what do we do?
So I'm only really talking about the first 6 months. That's all I'm addressing. And, I know the mayor's going to hate that I say this, but if my staff could work from home during those 66 days or have one.
Just to clarify the manager's comments, because again, he says that an engineer's going to call and say, hey, you got to get out of the building. That's not the case. You have one column that needs to be addressed. Column 49, correct?
Column 49 is the one that
needs to be
right
addressed.
now.
That can be addressed, and you don't need to move anybody out of the building. It can be addressed, and you have more than enough time. If you do that, and you start working on the empty gray shell we have here, you can find options to fit my colleagues and myself in an office. And that is an asset that we control, and when we're done with it, and we build this building in 2030, they can have their offices wherever they like. Again, then you can use that for whatever you like. It's your call. But I think it's a much more financial situation. No engineer is going to call you and say, hey, we got to do this tomorrow. There's already been an assessment. Like you said, Peter, city manager, and Mr. Wood said, as long as the building is shored up, it's safe. It's not a problem. We can perfectly be there.
I want to mention, if any one individual, two elected officials, or all the elected officials decide they want to be at City Hall, as elected officials, we have that authority to a certain extent, but staff doesn't. They're tied to us. And I personally don't want to put staff in a situation where they are concerned for their safety, but they feel obligated because of their job description to be attached to us by the umbilical cord. And that's not a fair situation. So if any one elected official or two or three or all of us want to go back to City Hall, I think that's our call up to a certain point, but at no point do I want a staff member to be concerned or stressed that they're stuck between having a job and being in a place that they feel that they're not safe. So, and my only other question is, I know it's just a update on City Hall. Is there action that needs to be taken today?
No, sir, this was just informational item.
So I'm going to dovetail what Commissioner Castro basically said. I'm flexible enough, and I can work elsewhere. And even when there was times because of multiple meetings going on, I've had staff come into my office and use my office as opposed to their office. So, we can make these spaces available as needed. I have a computer, I can move, I can have meetings with residents outside of City Hall in order to provide maximum availability for staff in there. Of course, if there's certain types of construction need to be done and it's better for them to be out of City Hall, by all means. But we already have people in remote areas. We have our Public Works Department for, I don't know, how many decades now? Out on, 78th or 79th?
72nd
Avenue. 72nd Avenue. We're blessed because we have the internet, we have Teams, we have Zoom, we have all these tools now that even when City of Miami started having separate offices, place didn't exist before. iPads, I know. I mean, I've worked across the country, so being mobile is normal for me, and I don't mind accommodating our staff where needed. I can use my law office. I can use various venues we have around, including the Biltmore Hotel, to meet people in. That way we can keep eyes on Biltmore Hotel at the same time and have dual purpose.
That was my suggestion in my agenda.
When we have a plan, we will bring it to commission for approval. But in the meantime, we will be looking at all the other options. As the mayor had his option, or the option that somebody drafted in 2022, we looked at that space too. We've made some changes to it. We're looking at all the options. That's the message I want to leave you with.
So I ask you this, instead, let's meet ahead of time. Let's have this concrete, detailed discussion ahead of time so that we're not trying to make a decision on a fly. Okay? We have time to do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Anything else?
No, sir.
For the good of the order? Okay. Before we adjourn, Madam Vice Mayor?
Yes. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and don't forget we have the caroling competition. Tonight we have...
That finished.
It's the presentation of the award.
Yeah, tonight.
There's a lot of things happening tonight.
There's a lot of things happening.
They sent
Let's
a
see,
picture
today is, tonight I'm supposed to show up there to hand out something. Staff will tell me where I'm supposed to show up. They'll wind me up and head me in the right direction.
Yeah.
So today is, on Sunday, they have the awards on Tuesday, I know, and on Sunday.
That's today.
Anyway, here's the caroling competition. Sorry, I don't have all the dates memorized, but they have 5 nights, et cetera. We sponsored it. What was the item that you...
Ma'am?
What night is it that you were
I think
asked?
it's today.
Tonight. That's what I said. What, 8 o'clock?
That you
Yeah, I
were
graciously
gracious
volunteered.
enough to go and present the check to one of the groups.
Right. So you can do the caroling competition. You can show up for the award ceremony. And I hope you all have a wonderful new year. I will be not here for the new year. And I hope we have a brighter 2025.
Amen.
So, happy holidays, happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and today in Birdie's Bistro is Gringo Bingo. I'm going to try to separate myself to do all the other things I'm trying to do this afternoon. But that would be good if you guys are not doing anything to support it. It's from the Women's Club, and it's going to be in Birdie Bistros. That's it.
This time of year, make time and take time to be with your loved ones, with your friends. Take a step back, take a deep breath, and enjoy all the beautiful and wonderful things that we are blessed with. On December 28th, right before the new year, I'm hosting one of my free movies at the Art Cinema. It's The Shawshank Redemption, starring Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman, 1994, screenplay by Stephen King. And it's a great movie. It's I think one of the best all-time movies, 7 Academy Award nominations, and it's in the U.S. Library of Congress. Free tickets at playgables.com, free popcorn, free beverage, and it's one more chance to enjoy a great film before 2025.
I just want to thank our community recreation department for an excellent tree lighting ceremony this past week. I think we had great turnout. It was a great event, had a lot of positive feedback after the event. And our fire department, a phenomenal job with Santa around town. People of all ages running outside to see Santa on the fire truck. It's always a joy to see what excitement that brings the community. And I know it's a major operation. I also want to thank Raimundo and the IT department because they were able to get the Santa tracker implemented. Had some glitches, but it was a good first try, and we'll get it ready for next year. But thank you all for everything you do for us, to all of our staff. You dedicate yourself to the city of Coral Gables, and I don't think we thank you enough. Thank you for all that you do for us. Mr. Manager, thank you for your leadership. Mr. ACM, Mr. DCM, thank you for all you're doing for us. Mr. Clerk, Madam City Attorney, appreciate all you do for us. This is, like Commissioner Menendez said, a time of year to celebrate with family and with friends. I hope you're able to do that, and Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays.
I'd like to just recognize that December 7th was Pearl Harbor Day. You had 2,500 Americans who died on Pearl Harbor Day, and it was the beginning of World War II, so it was a very important moment in our history. Many Americans were lost. Over 3,500 people were injured or killed at that moment. So that's a moment that we need to remember. It's a moment to thank God for those men and women who gave their lives, because if it wasn't for the outcome of World War II, we'd be in a very, very tough situation potentially in this hemisphere. So that's a moment not to celebrate, but to pay respect and homage. The Mayor's Gala for a third year, amazing. I'm getting calls constantly for tickets. We're sold out. We're going to raise a ton of money for the Coral Gables Community Foundation for scholarships for children who are going to college for the first time in their family. This is the third year we do the gala. And the other 50% goes to La Liga Contra Cancer, treating individuals in our community who don't have the necessary funds to pay for their treatment. My father has been a volunteer physician for 40 years, 76 years old. I started off at La Liga as a cangrejito. My kids are there now, volunteering, and I'm grateful for that. This is a beautiful, beautiful event. We have over 600 tickets sold for the event. It's standing room only. It's a beautiful night. It's going to be a true celebration of what makes Coral Gables special and why we give back. This is the third year we do it. It's amazing. I want to invite everyone to the menorah lighting on December 26th. My family and I donated the menorah last year, and we're hoping to have a great turnout. And I recommend that everyone please join us on December 26th at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be a beautiful event, and we're expecting to have a lot of the Jewish community and Catholic community and Christian community coming out in support of faith. I want to mention that the wine auction, thank you for those who came, was the biggest success yet. The fourth year that I am, my wife and I are the chairs of the wine auction. This year we raised $150,000 for the Coral Gables Community Foundation, raising money for, again, scholarships for children who are going to head off to college, got accepted to college, can't afford college for one reason or another, and we're giving them significant checks, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year. Last year we gave over $1 million, and I'm proud to say that through the gala and through the wine auction, I'm raising with my family significant funds over the last 4 years to really make a difference in our community. Next year, I hope that my colleagues show up to that. I also want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We have so many blessings to be grateful for, especially family, friends, living in this community, all the employees, our staff. Thank you. And I also want to mention today, I didn't see it, but my daughter sent me. That's the interesting part about having a daughter who's 13 and has a phone. She sent me a little note that the recycling. I have my daughter bring recycling in and out, and that the recycling team here at the city of Coral Gables had left every home a little note for the holidays, and she sent it to me. That was a nice little detail from the gentlemen and ladies at the recycling department. So I want to thank them for that, because again, that's what we're all about: holiday cheer and the spirit and faith. See you next year. January 14th is our next commission meeting. Looking forward to serving you, and I hope and wish you many, many blessings.
So,
God bless. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm just going to ask staff to check the date on the menorah lighting. I think it's Monday, December 30th at 5:30.
Oh, there's two. There's two menorah lighting. So there's the 30th, which is the city menorah lighting, which is the one that we've always done at a park across the street from the plaza. And then we also have the 26th. We're doing one in front of City Hall that we started doing last year.
Okay.
Yeah, and I confirmed that with Fred Cusero and all the rabbis who will be in attendance.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss it.
No, listen,
I
you'll be
will
there.
be with my grandkids.
You'll be there in spirit. You'll be there in spirit. So many blessings. God bless.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.